Good morning, good morning.
According to China's Xinhua News, China Foreign Minister to US's Rubio asked the US to respect China's core interests. And China's Foreign Minister said that he asked the US to address China's legitimate concerns. China says both sides considered the meeting constructive and positive.
Yeah, power's back. Came back maybe like 4 hours, 5 hours after.
China says both sides agreed to prepare for the next stage of high-level exchanges.
Hmm. Hmm. Okay. So this pullback makes sense. Just like I talked about in the post I just wrote, we've filled gap now on NQ, and that's usually a good place where we'll start to lose momentum. We're going to be watching to see if ES here can hold our POC from yesterday. Pretty important area. And if sell side loses or fails to shift us down, right? So what we're testing right now is this 230 to 190 area on NQ as ES is coming down into this 45. We want to see if buy side is going to be able to hold here as we push back down into yesterday's POC, which is this orange line here. We want to see a basically exhaustive sell happen where sell side loses the steam right after this push down and is unable to continue. And then we would be looking for upside after that if we could do it. Failure to establish this would be right us flipping this off of a lower high here. Failure to get over and then pushing down like this back through yesterday's value. Right, this is yesterday's value here in this blue box. So we're either going to accept outside of yesterday's value or we're going to fail, right? And then rotate through yesterday's value. That's basically the two options that we have always. Same thing here on NQ. We can see that we are currently testing yesterday's value low after recovering it. Let me redo that box. This is yesterday's value here on NQ. You can see that we're holding that low here of our value low from Tuesday. And we're looking to see if we can, from this push down, bid and hold here now that we've filled gap. And if we can then push up, flip, and then rotate to our value high from yesterday. to our battle line. If we can, build above this, great, right? Then we can continue. If this fails, right, then we're headed down instead. And then we'd be looking for a retracement through our pivot and then our rotation down to our low of day. My Discord is muted? I don't think so. What's up, Ali? Okay, there you go. So that's what I'm watching. Again, it's just acceptance outside of yesterday's value or failure to establish outside and failure to look above this POC now that we filled gaps. And then all we're watching for here is a reoffer of this like 45 area on ES. Can we hold this 45, 49 area as offer from this look down, or is this able to bid to push us out? If we fail here at this developing POC for today, as well as yesterday, then we'd be looking for a rotation through our known value, right? So that's what the ceiling represents, is the value of, our larger range, our larger balance that we're currently trading in. And that's what this gray box is, right? Like, this is the known value that we've accepted so far. So we either are able to transition outside of that value, or we will transition through that value. And right now it looks like we want to transition through, right? As of right now, at least. We'll see what happens. I think we get a slight bid here with Russell helping find a little relief here into like 84, 85. Maybe a little bit higher into 86, but 84 to 86, basically we're looking for a slight bounce, and this should give us a retest of our pivots here on ES.
So, military source being cited by TASM in response to Trump's Truth Social post says that if the US target a bridge or power plant in Iran, Iran will in turn strike infrastructure and bridges in the region, including energy facilities where the US has interests. Again, this military source being cited by TASM in response to Trump's Truth Social post. You would think that ES would find a buy here into 41 to 39. But we're not seeing it yet.
I'd be looking for a slight bounce here into 41 to 39, and then a rejection, and then a rotation to 34 is kind of what I'm expecting. 34, 35. I'd like a bit of a better retest here. I appreciate it, man. It's very nice of you to say. I'm getting our bounce on NQ, just like we talked about, with Russell also bouncing at our 86 to 84. Rejecting VWAP so far, and our 3-second opening range mid. Yes, I was hoping for a little bit more upside, but that might be all we get. Keeping an eye on Russell now. And like eventually we're heading down to that 34, 35 area just for the reversion trade, I think. But I'd like to see a bit more initiation before I get in for my first trade of the day. Just because we know where we're headed doesn't mean that I want to, risk 15 points here trying to find a random entry. Russell still diverging, higher low.
Just a heads up, U.S. Trade Representative Greer currently speaking at the Senate Finance Committee hearing, saying that the U.S. is on its way to an agricultural trade surplus again. US 2-year yield rising about 3 basis points to 4.29%, the highest since February of 2025.
All right, I'm getting a little bit more of that bid that we were expecting on ES. This 44 to 46 area would ideally be where it rejects. I'm looking
At
for a little
10:30
bit
a.m. Eastern
more.
time, we get the EIA crude oil inventories forecast for crude oil inventories. A draw of 1.95 million. Prior was a draw of 1.692 million, with a range of a build of 3.433 million to a draw of 2.311 million. Gasoline inventories looking for a draw of 1.905 million. Prior was a draw of 1.533 million. Distillate inventories forecasted for a build of 0.825 million. Prior was a build of 4.556 million, and crude Cushing inventories prior was a build of 0.430 million.
All right, this is our test if they're going to reject here or not. We would expect absorption into this 45, 46
Just a reminder,
area.
last night we had API crude oil stock change coming in as a build of 2.6 million compared to the expected draw of 1.5 million.
So we're basically looking for a look in, a exhaustive push, right? Then a lower high to then continue us down for this rotation down to 35 as we're pushing into this area, into our ceiling, right? To 45 to 49. I want to see a push, a failure, basically a wick, right? And then I want to see then a lower high form and then a continuation down if it's going to do it. NQ is able to hold our low, just like we talked about, and is now retesting our highs. It's a great first risk off if you're playing off of this. We'd have to flip above 90s for this to have any more upside. We'll see what they do. And again, for NQ specifically, this is a retest of yesterday's POC here. Just expected with Russell bouncing where it did. We need to see lower highs now get put in. Initial absorption is not enough. We want to see initial absorption, and then we want to see follow through. This is where we are. We've bounced POC on both, right? We're now testing previous day POC here, right? On ES, this is what we've been talking about. So this is why we were expecting this reversion up. And we're now watching to see if they're going to put in this higher low for continuation, or if we're going to be able to get back below from here, seeing this absorption here, and then going for that continuation down. We know that Russell's at VWAP, right? This is why we were expecting that bounce, that retest of this area. And that gave us that bid and that rotation up. Now we're watching to see if we get that secondary leg, just like we drew. Retesting our low here on ES after our rejection, just where we thought it would be. And there's your move, right? Just like we thought. Beautiful. Let's see if we can get a bit more into 34s, ideally. This is RTY into our buyer here at 85s. I got to flip this 85, 84 to 86. They're trying to take in size here. Big size here on Russell, actually. Let's see what they do. The only way we get continuation is if Russell can reject our 30-second opening range low and put in a lower high and absorb here. They're battling.
Trump advisor Kratosios says that we have information that Moonshot AI distilled Anthropic's fable for the development of its K3 model. Five minutes ago, to get the oil inventories data, forecast for crude oil inventories 1.95 million, forecasted for a draw of 1.95 million, prior was a draw of 1.692 million. To come back to the headlines then, Trump advisor Kratosios says large-scale covert industrial distillation aimed at stealing proprietary U.S. technology and undermining American research is unacceptable.
All right, let's see if we can get some
So go back to the
follow-through here.
forecast. And
Watching
gasoline
Russell.
inventories look for a draw of 1.905 million. Prior was a draw of 1.533 million. Distillate inventories forecasted for a build of 0.825 million. Prior was a build of 4.556 million. And crude Cushing inventories, prior was a build of 0.430 million.
The way that we get a secondary leg here is if Russell rejects this area, and then we can then push down. We're basically just watching for that. That would give us our next leg across the board. Now that we've done our first leg of our pathing on ES and NQ, we need to get below PVZ on NQ, right? And then we can rotate through it back down to our POC shift. But until then, right, we need to see that Russell follow through here that we're seeing. And we want to see the ES continue to push for that target. Let's see if we can get this last leg. Right, we're looking for this value low. And then we'll watch for a reoffer of like 35, 36 from the other side of it. And you see how this is what we just did? You see that? The wick into it, push through, etc. This is our 30-second opening range on ES while we were targeting this area, watching to see if we can get any more or if this is it. I've taken
Senator
off one
Thune said
here
this
on
morning
ES
to report that
into
the
target.
Clarity Act can be on the floor as soon as this week or next week.
Okay, I want to specifically show you guys how we can get into these trades with an understanding of where we're going to go based off of AMT, which is what our pathing showed. And then from AMT, it's like, okay, well, how do we actually find entries, right? So this is what this looked like, right? But I want to show you what it looked like on our delta price as well, because I think that that's really important to actually find the entry. So I'm posting this in chat so you can see that. And then I'm going to also post
1 minute ago now, lead with the
this,
crude oil inventories.
right? This is our general plan. So this can now be turned off. I'm going to make this full screen real quick. So this is our look above and fail zone. This is what I was watching on our smaller time frame on my actual execution chart, right? Based off of what we were talking about on Russell with our pathing. So what are we seeing on our execution chart here with Delta as our pathing is playing out following AMT principles, right? Which is a failure to get outside of value high from yesterday, a retest of yesterday's POC as resistance, and then a rotation down to our value low here. What's happening on these interactions where we were expecting these retests?
10 seconds ago now, Amazon cuts jobs in its AI General Intelligence Group.
Well, look, these are the absorptions that we were expecting, right?
A build of 2.01 million, a build of 2.01 million compared to the expected draw of 1.95 million. Gasoline inventories a build of 0.765 million compared to the expected draw of 1.905 million. Distillate inventories a build of 1.395 million compared to the expected build of 0.825 million. Cushing inventories
God, this guy will
draw
not
of
shut up.
0.674 million.
So annoying. So if this is what we're expecting pathing wise, right?
Apple readies new iMac, MacBook Pros, MacBook Air, and MacBook Neo. Apple's working on future OLED versions of MacBook Air and iMac, and Apple plans overhaul laptops and desktops to meet AI demand. Apple is also planning new Mac Mini and Mac Studios model.
So if this is what we're expecting, and we're looking for this reoffer here into our 45s, right? We can then be anticipating that this is where we would be looking for that seller to be stepping in, right? So what does that look like? Well, that looks like a passive seller taking in these market orders, right, on a push into this area, right? So when we see a sweep like this from sell side, where we have these negative deltas that have pushed price down, we're going to then be watching on a retest into that area if we take in these buyers with passive sellers, which is what this is doing, and then fail to then establish higher. So we get exactly what we talked about, right? Which is this structure. And that's what this looks like. And then we get that push down. And then we get a retest of our lows, right? Where that buyer was last. And that looks like this, where sell side tries, they get a little bit of a push above, buyers get taken in, they fail to hold us and push us back up, and then we get our next leg down, right? And then we go into the target, 34s. And what's happening with that? Well, we're following Russell's price action, right? So we see that Russell is oscillating our 30-second opening range. Our first sell happens here, with Russell also failing on retest of our VWAP, right? And we've seen that absorption. Our secondary sell happens on that flip. that allows us to get that secondary leg down with full market participation. Do you see how we have an idea of where we want to go, and then we look for actual participants to lead us for the actual execution of these trades? Okay, that's all I wanted to show.
US Trade Representative Greer says we can raise China's export restrictions on fertilizer in trade talks, but we need to be realistic about the outcomes.
Watching our Russell low here after that rejection of our halfway back, leading us down. NQ much more bullish than ES and RTY, but we're just balanced between our developing POC here at 58 and our PVC value high here at 205. Need to flip 205s for more. If we can do that, then we go down to 140, 150. But it is currently a balanced auction, whereas NQ and RTY are starting to lead down off of failures. Look at POC so you can see the difference here. Very clear downside move on NQ on the 50-minute, whereas on ES and on NQ, it's just balance, right? POC's at a low, and we're holding that as supportive, and we're rotating between POC of this candle and this candle currently. Whereas ES retested POC of our previous candle and is below value, right? So it's already in a much more bearish positioning compared to NQ. Whereas NQ would need to get below this value and reject for continuation down potential. We're just basically transitioning through this node here that's being highlighted. We want to see follow through here at our lows. This is where NQ needs to be able to flip through, or we get another bounce and then rotation. Russell will lead us, I think. Sell side really trying here at 34s on ES, so far being taken in. No change. We would need to see a sweeper through this like 33, 34 with Russell follow through for ES to have another leg, or we will just bounce here. And we are currently then just going to be in an auction between 33 and 39 on ES, while NQ also just bounces 205, 240, 250. Yeah. Once Russell starts to crack this low, then we'll potentially have our next leg on these positions. You know, what's really interesting is that, like, on your DOM, you can also just see this as our target, right? Like, why was I looking for 34? Well, like, if I look at our DOM in the history of where price is, right? We can also see it here with our visible range, but, like, this is what our volume profile looks like in this area on price. So, like, this is where transactions have occurred today. Does it make sense that if I'm looking for shorts into this 38 to 40 area, that we would be looking for our target in 234, which is the highest node where the most volume has traded on the day, right, in this area. So what am I looking for when I'm rejecting this node here and I'm looking for a rotation down to this node? Well, that makes a lot of sense when you look at it like that structurally, right? So what do we need to see if we want continuation? Well, we want to see this 3334 go resistance like we just talked about, and then we would be looking for rotations through, right, down into this area. So we're able to see the exact same thing just on the DOM itself. So we have past buyers and sellers, right? This is our volume profile. And then we have current people in the auction. And then we have these two different histograms basically telling us like what's happening now and what happened last time we were here. And then we look for the shift between the two, right? And that's how we form our ideas. RTY leading us down, and Q finally below. Watching to see if we can head down to our next target at that 150, 140. We can see the node structure as well, what we're looking for, just to push into this. Should get a slight bounce here at our VWAP on NQ and ES into our ORM, but let's look for a retest of our 30-second opening range high at 34 to 32, and then look for one more leg down would be my hope, right? Something like this. We'll see. This is Russell into ADR, so that bounce there makes sense as well. But just getting the follow through that we talked about. We've got 2 minutes left on this candle. Got buyers a bit off sides above here on NQ. So what we're going to be watching for is for this next 2 minutes, can sell side sustain below these buyers, right? From 38 to 34. If they can, then we should get that next leg down into the new 15. We want to see sell side be able to defend, right? This continuation down.
According to Israel's Channel 12 News, negotiations between Israel and Lebanon will take place in Italy approximately 2 weeks.
$40 seconds till new 15s. So the initial trade from our 38 to 40 area is completely free, right? You've been able to get at least 8 points out of this. We're now watching to see if we get another leg down into our new 15s. So you should be at least half out of your position. And now we're just looking for a continuation trade here. Again, I'd love to see this 32 to like 34 area hold on offer on new 15s, which open now, right? We want to see value to POC of our previous candle basically reject and then continue us
US
down
Trade
with the
Representative
trend that
Greer
we were
says
able to
Canada
identify.
didn't indicate retaliation of 50% US levies.
If we're going to get this continuation. There's that bounce we were talking about. This is our push into that 34 area. This is POC of our previous candle. We'll watch to see if we can hold here, absorb, and then if sell side can then get back below this for continuation down. We watch for Russell to lose momentum as well into this. Again, this is POC. Let's see what they do here. This is NQ into our value to POC of our previous candle as well. We want these buyers that are above to continue to remain off sides and not retested. If they flip that, then we'll go up instead of down because we then failed, right, to get that continuation. So really important area. Russell will let us know what we want to do. A bit higher than I wanted on ES, but it's not the end of the world. This is NQ retesting POC to value with Russell rejecting. We'll watch the retest on this area where we were expecting this absorption to see if we'll get continuation down or not. Right? Does this fail on a look above and then do a lower high on the other side and then rotate us down? Or are we able to sustain here and then continue up? We should know soon. But regardless, right, POC is rejecting on the 15. That's what matters. We want to see that continue to hold if we're going to maintain the higher time frame idea that this is a downtrend, just retesting our structure. We're now trying to bid the other side, and we'll see if they can do it, or if this fails. Just watching our 15-minute structure, we know where the offside traders are. We can identify them, we can see them. We can see them getting taken in here, right? POC has shifted from this low here at 30 to now this high up at 35. So now most of the volume on this candle is now transacting exactly where we thought that resistance would be, right? Into this node structure and into POC to value of our previous candle. We need to see a continued absorption here if we are going to continue down. And we need to see, again, a look in, a failure to sustain, and then a look back below. If they can hold here, then our trigger will be for a potential reversal back up if the market participates with us. We'll see. So far, I'm not seeing the follow through on Russell. So to me, I wouldn't take this trade personally until I see Russell find a low. All I see is a potential failure here into this, with NQ failing also into that. Watching 75 to 78.40 on Russell for our rejection here if we're going to continue down.
So just a reminder, Trump's plane has landed at the Dover Air Force Base, and he's expected to attend that ceremony there. No indication whether he's due to say anything, but we do have a video that will, should appear on the feed shortly, if he does say anything here. US Trade Representative Greer says we're getting a flow of critical minerals from China, but not as much as we want. Greer says we're accelerating domestic production of critical minerals to get away from dependency on Chinese production.
we're dependent on the minerals from China, but we're trying to get rid of our dependency on the production. So you're still dependent on China. Good stuff.
Chris says we have regular discussions with Chinese counterparts on critical minerals. We have leverage, and we have leverage to make sure they comply with agreements.
I'm just in my runner. I'm looking to see if I can average down here off of a failure to sustain on ES. We know that this is where absorption was occurring for our lower highs previously. And so I'm just keeping an eye on our 15-minute, right? These buyers are still off sides, sell side still. We have equal POCs here. Just watching to see like if these guys are going to fail. And then we rotate outside of value from a build here, right? We can see how like heavy it's getting up here. So just watching that. To me, that makes the most sense. NQ also just holding where we wanted to. Not really much to do other than just wait to see if these guys here are going to become too heavy. And then we close below like this for a continuation down in this absorption section. Same thing on NQ, right? Where we've got this heavy little area where we're watching to see if we can close below the value like that. Where then these guys would be offsides. Just want to see if my runner can actually run here. Russell, still no sign of life, right? Which is why I have a bear bias, even if we're building above. There's no reason to be looking for an upside target if Russell is pushing down like this. Especially when we're just testing into an area we already know is absorption from our previous trade, right? Nothing has changed. We're still in a downtrend. Our structure is still the same. We're just at a pivot. And we're waiting for the market to decide what it wants to do. This could easily turn into, you know, a buy side winning out if they can hold this, right, at our target. This is our 34 where we took our first PT. We're maybe looking for something like this. But until then, right, I have to respect the idea that on this push down, we saw absorption here, we talked about. We saw absorption here, which we talked about, and I showed on our delta chart. So when we come back up to the same area, why would I be expecting something different until we can flip it? Right? I need to show to see that buy side is going to be able to push through these passive sellers that are sitting here. They could, right? Like, I don't know. We'll see. But it'll be dependent on us flipping that area for me to not think that this is, you know, an overall channel to the downside on my runner. Right now it's just chop. That's the key takeaway. Chop into absorption highs where we know a sell side is sitting. If they can hold here and then we can push above, sick, right? Like then we can look to rotate up through yesterday's value. Same thing here on NQ. Right? Can we flip our POC? If so, then we have upside capability. If not, why would we be looking for anything? There are 1,000 sell side contracts on the offer at 44s on ES right now on Dom. While NQ is pushing into our absorption here. And ES is going to desperately try to get above and hold this for that continuation up into this POC. And see all this buy side that's trying here. We need them to hold on the new candle for anything new. We have a minute 30 left on this candle. If these guys fail off of a look into this, and then we rotate back down, to me, it's like a definite short. If they're able to sustain on new 15s and we see a nice little bid that happens, and we're able to then hold this area, then we can go up. It's okay, right? Like we then flipped our absorption. That's a good thing. But I need to know what's going to happen before I can take our next trade. And again, we have 1,000 contracts here at 544 on Dom. I'm watching to see if they're going to pull. Looks like they just bid. We'll see what they do now. NQ flat. RTY still leading down. Which is again why I want to confirm that this isn't just a trap on ES with Russell leading down and NQ flat. Like what's actually causing this move on ES to go up if those two are flat and Russell's weak? If I don't have full market participation, how do I know that it's not a trap? What's going to confirm that for me so that I'm not on the wrong side of this trade or over trading in an area that doesn't matter? Right, those are the questions that I'm asking myself right now so that I don't, flip-flop here. See what they do. New 15's opening now. 6 seconds. Yes, Delta very strong. Yeah, but we have no follow through on the rest of the market. So until we do, it's not tradable to me. It's just going to be a flip point, and then we can look to look for a retest of this absorption as supportive, and then go from there. I don't need to be in from the low. I take profit into the low, right, on my shorts. I don't need to then immediately flip long. That's the difference here. I'm not going from one rotation to the next rotation and feeling like I have to be in the plays. I want to see if we're going to be able to sustain. If we can, awesome. New 15s are opening. I'd love to see us bid here and hold above POC of our previous candle. If we can do that, then we'll have nice continuation potential. Watching Russell into our halfway back in where we expect absorption to be. If we can get full market participation to flip these, I'm going to be much more confident that we can keep going up. That's when things are actionable. If it's just ES wandering up with, NQ and Russell sideways, like that's not actionable to me whatsoever. So I need to see a bit more from NQ here before I am satisfied. Same thing with Russell. This is NQ into our 30-second opening range high, which I am not going to test. It's not tradable to me until we can flip it. We're stuck in our 30-second opening range until proven otherwise. This retest is going to be either exhaustive, right, where we then push back down off of a failure to actually sustain, or it'll be where we bid and then we continue. I will be completely watching Russell to let me know which way we're going to go here. I will not take a long trade until I see Russell initiating higher lows and pushing over that. There's just no point. Good hold so far. See if Russell can get this flip, and then we'll be good. Very nice flips of our pivots, though, so far on ES and NQ. Watching Russell here. This is where our last big seller was at 78s. If we can flip 78s and bid, we should head up to 85s. If 78s continue to fail, then there's nothing really here for me. Like I said, I don't need to be in every rotation. I don't care. I will play the things that make sense. To me. This is where I want to see NQ really try to catch a bid, and then I am actively trying to participate here at the 60 to 90 area on NQ. We are outside of value on this candle after sustaining. This is exactly what we want to see from buyers. We want to see follow through here if it's going to happen. Right, we got our flip. This bloated buy area, instead of being absorption, right? Buyers were able to push through on this P, right? And then we were able to sustain it. And now we are trying to break out from the other side, which is good. I want to see us build here and then pop for continuation. If we can do that, then I am all for it. Watching Russell at our 78, rejecting so far, retesting our halfway back. We'd want to see something like this. Then we can head up into this. If this fails, then we have this divergent market, and it's not going to be a great trade, in my opinion. But yes, holding our flip, not bad. Watching to see if we can get some continuation here, or if this is going to fail now that Russell is rejecting our pivot. Really watching this area here. And again, NQ, we want to see these buyers outside of value, sustain outside of value if we're going to keep going up, or they will become trapped. And then we will then look for rotations back through. Beautiful bounce on Russell at our halfway back. Exactly what we wanted as our catalyst for this continuation up. Got our hold of our 90s on NQ, pushing into first target here into our reversion zone. ES able to hold back above previous day POC following pathing after our flip of our absorption level. Much more comfortable long for me when we have full market participation, holding pivots. That's my first risk off on NQ there into 310s from 90. To me, that makes way more sense. Full market participation with Russell bouncing and flipping our pivot. Much better trade than just a random walk up. I have one runner left looking for 340 for ETH high and Asia high on NQ. If Russell can get continuation, then we can keep going up. We shall see. Remember, we are trading within yesterday's previous, we're in yesterday's value, right? So the reason why we were looking for this trade is because it is an AMT trade. It is the flip of our previous day POC, and we are trading into our previous day value high, right? If we recover that, then we know where we're headed. We are taking trades that have a high probability. If we can flip our level here, we're headed up to our probability-based zone, which is our reversion zone on NQ, right? These are probability-based trades that we are taking. Same thing with Russell at our halfway back, right? When these things line up, we then can take a trade that makes sense. If we get follow through, sweet, right? Then we get another move. If not, then we took the trade that made sense, that was within our criteria, that followed our rules, and we should be proud of ourselves. Right back into our look above and fail zone on ES and our value high here, where we were rejected last when I first got on. We held our lows on NQ. This was our value low target. We were able to pop, and now we're looking to see if we can sustain here. If we can sustain here, right, NQ has the most follow through ability, because this is us now holding our gap, right? We held the lows. We were able to bid off of our value low. We are now in to yesterday's action, right? We were at yesterday's close, which is this 90, which is why this area matters to me. It's our value high to our close of yesterday, right? That becomes an area of interest to me. And now we're watching to see if we can get this bid for a push up into yesterday's POC to value high, which is where we're currently trading on ES, right? So if NQ is lagging, then this would be our next leg if we can sustain here. Just like we just did on ES into here. So really watching this area on NQ, seeing now that we have filled gap completely. Can we hold yesterday's close at this 90 or 70? If we can, I'm looking for 340. What's going to get us there? Well, ideally, follow through on Russell with NQ, right? Full market participation, not just one name running, not one thing running. So let's see if we can continue to hold halfway backs, if we can flip this, and then we can rotate up into these highs. If NQ can continue to sustain here, if we can get above this 313, then we should be able to head up to ETH high at 340. That would make the most sense to me. New 15s have opened, opening above POC on this candle on both NQ and ES. Let's see if we can sustain that. Get the follow through we want for the right side of E.
Nvidia shares rising to session high of 2.9%.
So like, where does ES have to go? Maybe 30, 48s first? It's 48 to 50. We need to see like absorption basically. And then that could lead to the follow through we want on the rest of the market. So we're watching basically this area for dips to be bought. Sell side failure into that yellow zone. Basically, any dip needs to be bought into here. And then we have to show interest over previous day value high, which is this 53, 52. Just need to see a failure from sellers and then a very clear bid flip there at those highs. And that would lead to NQ and ES follow through. Again, like ES is already at target, so it's hard. So we need to trap some sellers here if we want to get this NQ secondary leg so that NQ can also test previous day value. So ES has to trap something first before we can continue on our way. Because we're just not seeing the oomph we need yet from ES buyers up here. So let's see what they do as we push into this 48 where they absorbed last. And then if we can bid back over 50s, we're in an okay spot. NQ retesting POC here from previous candle. Sell side really trying to push through this 48. It's at 400 contracts so far. Almost 500. Need to see that bid step back over 500s or offer is going to reject here instead, lower high. This is where the ES has to show interest. Good initial bid, pushing into 50s now from our 48 hold, following pathing. You need to now see like buyers step on the gas here if they're going to do it, or this will be where they offer and reject. Right, think about it like this. This would be where previous buyers were, then be where sell side sits, right? That's why we want to see this flip back up. This is where we saw absorption last. This is why we were looking at that 48. We now want to see that bid step on the gas and then get us over here. Russell doing what we want, just holding our halfway back, nothing crazy. It's just the halfway back is just the last it's the midpoint of our last 15-minute candle, which gets automatically marked for you by a gray box. Just watching that hold. So that's still sustaining a pretty clear higher low. NQ held POC for our last 15. ES held POC of our last 15. Nothing crazy. So we got an order flow hold as well as a structural hold, which is good. Now we just need to see interest at our highs for continuation. What do I mean by an order flow hold? Well, this is what that just looked like on ES, right, at that 48. Why was I looking at that 48, right? Like, what happened there? Well, we just took in like 600 lots, right? 570 there at 47.50 at 48. It's exactly what we want to see for a catalyst for a continuation higher, right? Like they were exhausted and on first test in. So now we have these guys trapped into this low. That gives us this new buy, right? With all this trapped sell side liquidity here into this low. So if they can't do it on this attempt, like it's probably dead. You can see how much buying participation is trying to happen here off of these guys who are trapped. So can we see a secondary buy now step in to try to do for this breakout? Ideally, I hope so, right? We're trying. See if we can get some continuation. It's like 400 contracts so far being bought up here into these highs. Or are we just going to trap both sides and neither one's going to be able to get the break, right? Like that'd be annoying. We'll see. You can see this big buying into these highs.
US Treasury Secretary Bessent says Treasury is examining some Wall Street tax products. This is Bessent on a post on X. Bessent says that we're looking at tax strategies that may cross the line.
What? Does that sequence make sense now of why we were looking for what we were looking for on ES? Right? Like my pathing has a meaning. Right? Here, and that's what that looks like with our pathing, and then with the deltas next to it, so that you can see that. That's in Discord. And what happened with it? Well, Russell followed through, right? We got our higher low. We then held our flip. Then we pushed up into target. Like, remember, like AMT is your foundation. That is how you take trades, right? That is what you're looking for. That's how you create your structure. That's how you create your pathing. Order flow is your execution layer, right? That's the last 10%. It's not order flow only, right? AMT is your playbook, it's your way that the market moves, right? We have a basic philosophy, right? We have an ethos, right? That we were like, okay, well, the market moves this way. Here are the 10 laws, right? This is what happens. And it's like, okay, well, how do we execute based off of that, right? We can't just take trades willy-nilly. We have to find a way to get into trades. And then we use order flow, right, as our execution layer of that plan. So playbook is based off of AMT concepts, and then execution is based off of, order flow concepts to trap traders as the catalyst to then actually make the moves happen. Because until then, right, like it's just us putting lines on a chart for no reason, right? This is what we were looking for. Into our 48s, with that absorption, that trap, bid stepping up, pushing us up. There it is. All right, I have to delete this because ES is schmoving. Russell leading, pushing up into VWAP. That will be where we're headed.
Turns positive, had been lower by 0.8%.
As usual, VWAP target. Lost momentum potentially there. NQ now into our POC to value high of yesterday, which is exactly what we were looking for on NQ, yes? Oh, it's at 85.4. 86.3, 84.4, that area. There. And remember, like the reason why we were targeting this area is this is NQ following through, doing the exact same thing that ES did, right? Which is us coming up into our POC to value high of yesterday's range after sustaining our value low, right? So we are rotating off of a hold or push down into value low of yesterday, our flip, our then initial bid, and then rotation to target. I don't need to be in the entire leg, right? I can play short into here, and then I can wait for the breach, and then I can play this to this and be just as happy. And I don't need to catch both sides, full rotations to the tick. I need to take trades that make sense to me, that follow my system, that I will be able to emotionally hold and follow through on, right? Things have to make sense. And there's that trade on NQ, following our plan. Flip of our 90, rotation up to previous day, value high, and POC, and into our ETH high target, 340.
US Senate panel approves bill to crack down on Chinese vehicles.
If you have the ability to hold a runner, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but we're at target, so I'm good. We'll see what we do into new 15s that happen in 30 seconds, if that gives me an entry. Appreciate you, Caprica. Welcome to the channel. And again, like it's just like basic right side of V concepts, right? Holding a POC for previous candle, looking for that retest, that pop up. And then again, it's just using AMT and then order flows that last 10% to actually get us our continuation. And when we have full market participation and follow through, that gives us the moves that I'm comfortable playing. You know, ES might just keep going up on its own. I don't get, but like, is that tradable to me? Does that follow my system, my plan? Is that an A+ setup or is it a B or C setup, right? Like you need to understand like your criteria of what you're looking to trade. To me, no matter what, if one market is moving on its own and we don't have confluence, right? We don't have every market participating, it cannot be an A+ setup. It can't be. We don't have full market participation, right? It's divergent. So it's automatically a C or B setup, even if structurally and everything else it's holding. Like we don't have the follow through. I will wait for the whole market to move together in a consistent way where I have clear validation that putting risk on in the market makes sense to me. Again, like you could be right? Like the market could just keep going up. That's fine. I won't be trading it. You can trade it. You can do whatever you want. Follow your plan. But I will wait for when the market has confluence, and I will play that because I have seen that it has the highest probability to actually play out and give me the follow through that I want to see in the time frame, the expectancy that I want, right? When we have a divergent market, it could be choppy. The trade could take 3 hours. When we have full market participation on ES, RTY, YM, right? Like these things, everything's pushing together, then the expectancy for that move to actually play out at the time that I want it to, right? Within the time that I want it to, is just so much more probable. That's what I'm most worried about, is I understand that every second that I have a trade on in the market is risk to me. So the longer that a trade takes, the less probable it is for it to play out, in my opinion, because more things can shift in the order flow, right? I am not a swing trader. I am a scalper. I need things to play out based off of the order flow that we see. I'm looking for people to get punished, and I want to be right almost instantly. When trades take long time, like in the afternoon, it makes your confidence dwindle, right? It's an emotional, it's emotionally exhausting. And if I'm in a trade then for 2 hours, and then that trade finally plays out, it's like, great, but like I'm now tired and now I'm missing opportunities because I'm just like sick of it. Things to think about, right? And again, like this is when journaling like actually has meaning, where it's
On
like,
Tasnim News, Governor Bush says that there is no explosion or fire that occurred on Clark Island.
If I record my emotional state during a trade and it's like, oh, well, I should probably avoid those trades that exhaust me, and then I go on tilt afterwards because I'm just like trying to find something because this is taking 2 hours to play out and now I'm YOLOing. It's like, oh, okay, well, like that's an
Governor
easy
Bush
thing to
says that the fire
avoid.
seen in satellite images is due to flaring.
There's a potential bid here at 55s on ES, buyer on order flow on this push up. I'm watching this edge. See if we find a bid as we push in and then go from here, or if this is going to fail. Look for them to take in and then try to flip back above that into this LVN. Just watching. Where we'll get the next bid if Russell can hold this halfway back. I'm looking for them to take in size here and then try to flip back over 55s. Similar play as to what happened into 48s, if it's going to happen. We'll see. There's just like 712 contracts on ES that were taken in at that 55 level. And now there's 300 contracts on the push down into this LVN. So I want to see if we can flip back over for another bid, or if they're going to actually be able to like hold this as resistance. I don't know. I'm not too sure on it. I think the retest of 55 should be very telling. I'm feeling pretty good about our close on NQ so far. Just back to our entry, right? Like that feels pretty good, that I didn't just give back that entire move and I played to target and, you know, I let it be. And now we can see what happens here because Russell's still holding. That looks good to me. We'll see what happens, right? We're watching this 90 to 70 area on NQ as we're coming back down into it. If we can get back over 55s and bid on ES, I'm not opposed to this area. But if 55 rejects and it's a lower high instead, that's when we have to worry, because then we hit our head on this node and then we probably have come down further before we can go up, something like this. I don't know, let's see. This is just value low of previous candle and previous day value high. So it makes sense that we find this bid here. And then again, NQ is just at our entry, at our 90 here. So nothing's changed. But I doubt that 90 holds. on this test. Like maybe it does, but if we would have to get over 315 pretty quick here if it's gonna go, and then do something like this, where I'd expect a lower high, a deeper seek inside of this liquidity, and then a run. Something like this would make way more sense. But we'll see. It's going to be what happens into this 313 area. Same thing with this like 55s. If that's going to put that lower high in or not on both ES and NQ. I'm flat, so I don't have any skin in the game. We'll see what happens. You think ES is just targeting close of overhead open gap at 7573? I think that's a good target. So like this is what I have on ES, is that we have these two very clear balances, right? We have this upper balance here where we have this multi-day, and then we have this lower balance. They're very clearly like labeled in the sense of like this is where we transitioned and rotated up, and then we have these lows that are very clear as well. So I basically have just highlighted this area as an entire range. So in my opinion, what we're doing right now is we've sorry, still have a little sick. We're basically just trying to hold this 3-day balance high, which is what we just did, which is great. And now we are trying to recover this low here at 50s. And if we can do that, then I think that we do head up to your 73 target, 71, 73 area. Yeah. Because that would then show what we're looking for is like this to hold, which is what we just did. Now we're looking for value high from yesterday to now become supportive if we're going to continue higher. If we can do that, we should push up to retest this right here, which is this 71 to 75 area, whatever you want to call it. That would be your next target. If we fail here, right, it's then going to look something like this instead. And then a rotation back through value, something like this, right? Basically a failure to actually sustain at this high and then coming back down to our value low. And I would expect us to trade into like this POC of this overall 3-day balance. And then we would have a nice secondary target here off of a flip, retest of that POC, right? And then a rotation down to our val low. Something like that would be a failure. And something like this would be the success, in my opinion. So we're really just watching to see if we can sustain here above value high and POC of yesterday. And if we can, then yeah, I would target 71 to 80. Failure is just going to be a look back into our ceiling, so back below 49s. That's where you're looking for that offer, basically trapping this liquidity above, and then looking for a secondary seller to then step in for rotations back down here. That makes the most sense to me. Not yet, JD. You will soon. It's not done. It's still a work in progress. So you do not have access to this data chart yet. This is an indicator I'm working on right now. I have to make it smaller for you guys because it's look how many lines of code this is right now. This is almost 3,100 lines of code. It will be incredibly laggy for some of you. So I need to be able to thin it out for it to be viable. Right now it's doing what it needs to do.
And that concludes US Trade Representative Greer's comments to the Senate Financial Panel.
But the good thing, JD, is that it doesn't change. The levels don't change after I post them the first day. They are locked in place from the close of the day before. So you can mark the same levels on your chart when I post them the night before or in the morning before the market opens, and these levels will not change until the close. Nothing changes. It is the plan that I put into the intraday ideas channel. So there you have nothing to worry about like, oh, well, you didn't see the developing look below and fail zone that happened, you know, at 1:30 in the afternoon. It's like, no, like this shit does not change. These are static levels that are based off of yesterday's structure, and they will continue to remain the same. It is our plan for the day. So you can mark them in the morning before you start trading, and then you have the entire plan laid out for you. And then, I don't know, I would say probably in the next couple of weeks, I will be able to release this full. I'm just still working out some bugs, and I need to clean up the code a bit. The NQ one's even worse. The NQ one actually gives me a warning. It's like, I wonder if it'll show it. Oh, no, it doesn't. Yesterday it was telling me this indicator is heavyweight, and it is maximizing the processing power for my plan that I'm on. I was like, oh shit, I gotta work on that. Imagine you buy it and then like you put it on your chart and it's just like, sorry bud, your computer's too shit to use this indicator. The red box levels are a little hard to mark on the chart. Okay, so I totally understand what you're saying. So if you look at the ES and NQ morning read, I have them actually labeled with prices. So this is what you get in the morning, right? This is the morning plan that I give you. And this is based off of that indicator. So it's giving you all of the key levels. It's telling you where we are in the overall market state, right? The reason why we're looking for it. And then you have, do you see where it says, this is your LBAF, look below and fail, which is the green box. So 718, right? And then you have your resistance here. So this is just highlighting our nodes. So everything is actually here for you. And then your playbook for the day of what you're looking for. So everything's in the write-up that I post the night before. That was for NQ, and this is for ES. Right, so all of your levels are here. But again, like I understand what you're saying. I can probably do a better job drawing the same levels on the share chart that I have currently for you guys. So I can do that for sure. So from now on, I will mark the levels with drawings, and then they will transition, or they will translate onto this chart as well. I'm already kind of doing that, but I will make sure that it's a bit more apparent. We can actually do that right now. So here, let me remove drawings, and now when I go over here, this is your known value. So the gray box is where price can rotate through. We need to see acceptance above it for continuation. Without that, then we have a strong potential for failure. It just means that we are still accepting within our known range. Okay, so there are your labels for the most part. Sweet. No. So the gray box is just your value, right? So all this is doing is this is your balance, right? So again, like this this box is, this is the ceiling, this is the floor. So this is where we are expected, if we are not going to expand, where we expect the market to be able to rotate and hold within, right? So it is really important that ES is able to show interest outside if we're going to expand on the day, right? The market has two states. Right, it is either within our known structure, right, and it will continue to rotate within it, right? It's in a balanced state, or it is in a expansive state, right? And so if we are able to hold outside of our known value, right, that is incredibly important for us to then be able to look for these upside targets, which is what UT stands for, right? So that's what we're watching for. So we know that NQ is within its known value, right? And that's from here to here. And that if we continue to fail, then we were going to be looking for this rotations through our known value, right? Whereas with ES is actually outside of it. We're above the ceiling, which is incredibly important. And if we can sustain and build above, then we can look up. If this fails, we're going to be watching for this to then reoffer and then rotate through, right? That's how we create our plans. I only trade ES and NQ. I don't trade Russell, so I don't mark those as zones. For Russell, I'm just looking to see if it's moving with price. So like for Russell specifically, I just care if it's moving in the direction of the overall market, right? Are we able to hold higher lows? Did it hold the low pivot, right? Is it structurally doing what we want? And where are we headed? So my idea usually with Russell is I'm just looking for it to basically revert to VWAP. That's literally it. Especially after we reject our 30-second opening range. So when our opening range rejects, I'm just looking for how far are we going to fall. This is our 30-second opening range here. So what happened this morning is we looked above, we failed, we took out London high, we then put in a lower high, and then we offered our 30-second opening range, and then we rotated down to yesterday's 30-second opening range, which is here. That's what this is. So we basically are just rotating in between yesterday's opening range and today's opening range, and I'm just looking for Russell to make higher lows and rotate back up to VWAP, basically. That's all I'm watching on Russell. Back to our 30-second opening range. We can look for larger expansion on the day if we can flip this and show interest over our opening. But I can't be overall bullish on Russell if we are still below the opening price on the day, right? So I just basically I use Russell as basically a oscillator for NQ and ES. Because if our mid and small caps, which is what Russell basically is, right? It's like 2,000 stocks. Which are mostly like financial, biotech, healthcare. It's like regional banks, a little bit of industrials, some energy. So it's like a bunch of those like mid and small caps. So if those are running, then we're in a really good place for a healthy market to look for continuation. So that's why I usually am just looking at it like that. I haven't tested this indicator on RTY yet, but that might be a good idea. I need to build it out though. it's not just like throw it on a chart and it works kind of thing. I have to make a separate version for each one. But what I do use on Russell are day trading indicators, right? So like if I go to just Russell and I turn off all drawings, you can see that it's just doing what we think it should be doing, right? It's just like PVZ is usually all I have on this chart, which is PVZ is, let me turn everything else off so you can see this. So this is just VWAP and PVZ on right now. Let me turn off deviations. I don't know why these are even on in the first place. It's gross. So PVZ creates 3 fixed range volume profiles on the day. And it is then going to tell you, are we within that value? Is the value expanding? What's happening? Where is that value low? Based off of these time constraints that you see at the bottom. So our opening fuel is our first reversal. That usually gives us our push up. And then we have an understanding of what happens in the first 30 minutes of the market, right? And then it builds a zone based off of that. And you can see like off of our first 30 minutes of the market, we then see a failure to sustain above our value low on PVZ here. And then we revert down to our reversion zone, which is a mathematical zone where if price is going to stay balanced, we'd expect it to then revert and push back up from here and then go back up like we see here, right? So if we're going to expand, then we would fail here and then we would then rotate down and then we wouldn't have to come back up to value, which is what Russell does in the first session. Then the second session gets printed, which is this. We see that we start to get reversion signals, which are these signals right here. These are telling us that price wants to revert back up to our value edge here. And this is the invalidation line. This is the PVZ indicator. So this orange line here is the low, and then the signal prints. And what you're looking for, what you're targeting, is if we can flip our reversion zone after printing a signal, we are looking for a reversion to our value edge. So all I'm watching for is our relationship to our ledge, right? And to our value, our perceived value on the day. So we've just done the full move on Russell, which makes sense why we're seeing a pullback now. So that's usually the only thing that I watch on Russell is I just have our basic indicators on of our 30-second opening range and our PVZ indicator for day trading. But I'll start doing some testing to see if the AMT stuff is good for it. But again, like I just care if I don't really care where Russell is trading, which might be a little counterintuitive. I just care that it is moving with price, with NQ and ES price. Like if Russell is our leading indicator on the day, which it usually is, in my opinion, on days that matter. So like if Russell finds its low first and starts to show that weakness at a pivot that I care about, I then need to then be worried that NQ and ES are also going to get a pullback because now we don't have full market momentum. Yeah, exactly. So the market is moving together. I care when mid and small caps start to show weakness because I know that if RTY is weak, ES is also going to show that weakness. And if RTY is weak, but NQ is pushing and ES is pushing, that NQ can carry ES, but RTY then just needs to be sideways, right? Like that's kind of like the market condition that I need. I need then a Russell sideways movement. That means like mid and small caps, like our energy and regional banks are sideways, right? Like they're bearish, but they're not going anywhere. They're just kind of oscillating. So then we would then be dependent on NQ, right? Tech to then carry the market, which is fine. Tech is heavily weighted, so it can carry us up, but it's not going to be smooth. So what I'm usually looking for then is if we have a Russell that is oscillating between 2 points and we have tech carrying on the day, then my job is to find our 2 points of interest on Russell and wait for Russell to come back down to our low edge where buyers are and look for a bid here for another oscillation up at the same time that NQ is getting a pullback into an area that I care about. And then that gives me my next leg up. because I expect Russell to then oscillate, which gives us relief, which then means the full market is then participating. So even though Russell isn't going up in a straight line, it's going to find buyers here into our low edge, and that's enough for then NQ to get a higher low and then continue. Same with ES. And then we would then just close out some of our position as Russell is coming back up to our top edge, right? So that's how I use Russell. I use it as an oscillator to give me trading opportunities on NQ and ES based off of where I think that this is going to find a low. Because when the markets move together, right, I think of it as like a three-way tug of war. So if ES and NQ are pulling in one direction and Russell's pulling in the other, we don't get as much movement, right? But if everything is pulling in the same direction, then we get quick expected moves that play out instantly, right? That's what we want to be playing as day traders. Moves that happen that we can anticipate at areas that we care about with confluence across the board, right? And then you can see like we pop across and it's like, oh, okay, well that makes sense because everything is finding that relief. So even though Russell isn't breaking out or doing anything structurally that's the same as NQ and ES, as long as that's finding that low at the same time as NQ and ES are finding a low at our pivot, right? That gives the market energy to then push up because now we have more stocks moving together, right? More sectors moving together. And when most sectors are pushing at the same time, right, we get smoother upside movement. That's just logical. Right, this is like something super simple, but like it will make your trading much easier when you wait for participation across the board. Shit, I didn't actually mean to delete all that. We can leave this up, it doesn't matter. Right, but then like you can play this, like this is still like solid, right? So if we know that Russell's going to find a bounce here and we're looking for it to oscillate all the way up, right? Like this is still solid trading. Like, this is 30 points on NQ so far. That's a really good trade. And if we can get continuation where RTY is able to push all the way back up to the top of our balance, right? Then we have potential to take out this high before Russell gets up there. Right, like this isn't like some crazy trading strategy. This is just common sense. When the market moves together, right, we get smoother price action. Like no shit, when you actually think about it. So much size just got taken in there on ES. Holy shit. That's 1,500 contracts there on that pop. So like this idea, I have a video that I think that's worth your time. That's 15 minutes long on our YouTube channel. For anyone else who's listening as well, it's about tick and using breadth indicators to give you the best trading opportunities. So like this is just like the tick system at play, but just via 3 ETFs basically, right? Like 3 indexes. So tick is telling you like all of the stocks. Actually, let me just show it. There's no reason not to show it. We can go over this quickly. So this is tick. So this is the every stock in the NYSE that is currently doing an uptick or a downtick at any given time. And it is they're extremes, right? There's only so many stocks within the index, right? So it's going to calculate the ones that are neutral, the ones that are on a downtick at any given time or an uptick at any given time, and it's additive, right? So it's taking them all and putting them all together, and then it's creating a candle out of it. So we get a oscillation, right, of when we have things that are oversold, right, or overbought. And so if we can look to take trades when things are in the oversold area, we can expect that in a bullish market, right, that price is going to then go up from here, right? We're going to get relief because there's only so much that can happen, right? We oscillate on tick. So when we're in these lows, we're looking for price to find a bid, and we're looking for it to then come up into these highs. So today's a pretty neutral day. We're not really seeing any kind of extremes, but what we are seeing is a very clear oscillation on tick. So when we go and we look at these lows, right, follow my cursor, these are where our bounces occur, and we're looking for rotations up to our zero line, from an oversold state to our zero line, a neutral state. So if you look at these rotations of where price is bouncing, right, look at this low, look at this high, do you see how that goes into our zero? So that is all of the stocks rotating up to its neutral state in the NYSE, and that gives you your bounce on ES, and that's this leg in the market. How often do you reference GEX on a daily basis? I only reference it if I have no clue what the fuck is going on. If I have levels to play off of, then I don't reference it whatsoever. If I have clear structure to play around, I don't reference it. If there's nothing that I really, if I don't have structure, if we're at like all-time highs or something like that, then I use GEX, because then it's going to, that it makes sense, right? Because like it's either I'm using like a fib level, a fib extension for a target, or like an extension based off of our current volume profile, or I'm going to be using like a option level, right? Like GEX or gamma level, to then be like, okay, well, this is probably where like we hit our heads. Yeah, I mean, usually they would coexist, right? But I just like, I don't want to, if I have a system that is profitable, there's no reason to add another layer. Like Verm is really
According
good
to the Washington
with
Post, Trump
GEX levels,
administration is weighing military options in Mali.
but I just don't think they're needed most of the time. Like we have clear structure that price plays around, and if I try to add too many things to my system, then it's just going to get overwhelming. But this is all I was talking about, right? Like this is just, the market moves and it oscillates, right? We go from oversold to overbought. And it's not like RSI oversold and overbought. This is literally the uptick and downtick of every stock in the NYSE. And you can do the same thing for NASDAQ, right? This is an indicator that we have. And there's a video I talk about like the divergences and what did I just do? Oh, okay. So this is the NASDAQ one. So then you'd be able to then have both of these up. And it's like, oh, okay, I know when we're bullish. I know when we're bearish. I know when things are oscillating zero and we're not really hitting an extreme, that it's going to be a market that doesn't have a ton of trend going on right now, right? It's going to be more choppy. So if I understand how to read tick, and I know that we're kind of just oscillating in the mid, right, around our neutral level, the zero, and we're not hitting an extreme, that I want to be careful, because I know that I'm going to just be scalping rotation. This is a rotational market, not a trending market, not a strong trending market. So this is bullish overall. We're not doing anything crazy, but it's very neutral. We can go back to like a previous day where we had like a big sell. And so you can see, oh, does this not have, oh, it's because I have ETH on. But it's a 15-minute video. I highly recommend you, oops, wrong chart. You watch that tick video, because it gives you a baseline of like how I perceive the market and what I'm looking for scalping. Wait, why aren't previous days loading on this? Is it a setting that I need to turn on? I haven't used this thing in so long. Okay, there we go. It's a different version of tick. That was the light version, so it only processes today, whereas the tick plus will process previous days so that you can go back and back test it. But you can go back and you can like look at this on previous days. So like this is a really important area. So do you remember when I was talking about like the extremes? This is on our extreme overbought. That was literally our low of day, right? When we have a neutral market that's kind of trending like this, these are the things that we start to care about. Is like, oh, Like this, we're fucking oversold, right? Like we're now watching for that higher low, and then we'll look for that full rotation up that gives us this leg. Tick's great. It is such a useful tool, but you can do the same thing just with Russell, ES, and NQ as well, right? Because we have the 3 big markets. So if we know that all of them are moving together, we'll all see very similar things. But if you just want to have an oscillator on your chart like this on tick, it does an incredible job. Because again, it's showing you literally every stock that's on an uptick or downtick in the exchange, right? So we have the NYSE and we have the NASDAQ. And because it only has so many stocks in it, right, we can create a number of, right, there's only, you know, X amount of stocks in, 1,000 stocks, 800 stocks, right, whatever it is. So when all of them are in an oversold state, it comes into our extreme. And then that is the low, right? Like it can't go lower. It is what it is. There are only so many stocks, and we're measuring the amount of stocks that are on an uptick or a downtick. We know that the market, even in a downtrend, isn't going to just stay in this low. It is going to at least oscillate back to our 0 line and then come down in a bearish market, right? We may just oscillate this low. We might not need to come all the way back up, but we'll oscillate from the tick extreme on an incredibly bearish day just back to 0, you know, over and over again. And on a neutral bullish day, right, we'll oscillate, you know, over and over like this. And on a neutral, on an aggressive bull day, right, we're gonna oscillate something like this. Right, so we have a feel of like what the day type is just based off of how tick is moving, and you can go and back test this. But if you are very particular, right, about where you're looking to trade, and you're only looking for extremes, right, you can just put a fucking alert on your edges into these zones and be like, oh, I'm only looking to initiate when I have a trading opportunity where something is distinctly oversold. That's a very clear low for a rotation back up to our balance, right? Our reversion to VWAP, etc. These are areas that you want to start caring about because it's not a neutral, choppy market. It is an extreme that creates a low, right? So that's something to, it's just like an obvious thing where it's like, oh yeah, like that's, if everything is moving together and everything's at an oversold state, and you know, then we can look for continuation afterwards. Sorry, I was a little bit of a rant there, but I think it's important for the new people that aren't familiar. But I use the same thing, the same principles that we were just talking about on Russell, right? So we know where momentum is going to be lost. We know where momentum is going to be. And I am then looking at our pivots, right? And then that creates our low and our high. And then we would then expect, right? This is exactly what we were looking for, is that when this Russell low came in, that we would then get that rotation up to this high. And that would be our breach of this, right? That gives us our next higher low leg in trend on ES. And Russell can oscillate, it can do whatever the hell it wants. I don't care, as long as it is respecting our boundaries, right? Then that's all we need, right? We know where we should be risking off our first contracts, right? And then we can look for the next leg up. Russell can continue to oscillate, and ES and NQ can continue to hold, right, our POC of our previous candle for the right side of V, and we can keep trending up, and we can stay in our trade. I also need to stop trading after 11. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, 9:30 to like 11:30 is your golden hour. Everything else is garbage. The things that you need to, this is why journaling matters, or having some sort of like performance log is really important. Like you can see exactly where you start losing money. Just go look at the times, right? That's what I talk about all the time. It's like, you don't need more edge. You just need to eliminate all of the bad outputs, right? Sorry, you need to eliminate all of the bad inputs, and that eliminates all of the bad outputs potentially. So if you trade like shit between 11 to 2, then don't trade between 11 and 2, right? Then you prevent all of those bad trades, all of that money that you'd potentially give back. Just block yourself out during that time. The opportunity is not worth it. You have data to back it up. You can see statistically you do not make money during that period of time, and that it is not worth your time to sit here at your desk. Go to the gym, come back at 2 refreshed, right? Or be done. Trade the morning. But like, you don't need to create more setups. You don't need to refine your setups. You literally just need to eliminate the stupid trades that you take, right? While you're bored or eager or trying to make up for losses. And then all of a sudden your win rate and profitability go up because now you're trading during the time where you actually have edge. That's the first step you should do. And then you can refine. But like, that's the easiest thing that you can change, is just the human error. Like, this is like, we talk about this all the time, and I don't want to go too like ranty here, but like, one of the most repeatable mistakes is having the same expectations from the morning volatility into midday, right? You don't slow down. You need to like set an alarm clock or have a timer or something that warns you like, hey, it's no longer the same market from this morning. You need to shift your bias, right? We know that during midday, volume peters off, right? It tapers off. We know that volatility comes down. We know that we usually range during midday, and we shouldn't expect the same amount of volatility and volume that we get in the morning, where larger books are rebalancing, right? The opportunity is less. And so we need to adjust, because if we continue to try to trade with the same size and the same risk profile and the same expectancy time-wise that we were for the first 2 or 3 hours of the day, you're going to have a very bad time, and you're going to get very tilted because you are still trying to trade a market that was moving much quicker with much more volume during a period where none of that exists, right? You need to shift bias, or you are going to just continue to take garbage trade after garbage trade and tilt and tilt and tilt. And that's going to eventually lead to you sizing up to make up for losses, right? During a period where you don't have any edge. That's like the biggest mistake you make, is that you do really well in the morning and then things start to slow down and you still are sizing the same way and you're still expecting the same kind of trades, right? And then you give back a lot of your morning gains into midday, and now you're sizing up into midday to try to cover the losses from, losing a lot of your realized gains that you made from the morning into midday, where you have no edge. So now you're sizing up in worse market conditions, and now you're just tilted because none of your trades are working that were working this morning. And now you're just trying to recover a loss that you had right from the get-go. You're trying to make up for it instantly because your ego is in the way, and you're like, I can't have a bad day, right? I can't have a neutral day. I can't stop. I have to make this back up, or I'm a failure. I'm a loser. And it's like, no, dude, like, you need to catch yourself and realize that you don't have the same opportunity as before, and be grateful that you caught yourself when you did before you blew up your account, and then try again tomorrow, right? What does that indicate? That's the 30-second opening range. That blue, blue, yellow, blue. There, I can turn it on NQ as well. There you go. But there's like two like big failure points that most new traders make, and not even just new traders, experienced traders as well, where it's like their ego gets in the way, right? Excuse me. Where they like feel like they have to make up for losses the same day, and then they start chasing and start oversizing. That's like the big mistake. And then the same thing happens where it's like, I pass an eval and I just did all this work, and I maybe it took a week, maybe it took a month to pass this eval, and now I'm super excited. And I need to realize that the same conditions that led me to be able to pass that eval might not be the conditions that are the market right now that I passed the eval, right? That week that I just had, which gave me great opportunity and allowed me to pass, might be over. And I need to realize that I may have been trading in a period where we had increased volatility and we had an increased trend, and I had a very good read of the market, and that might have changed, right? The regime may have shifted now that I passed that eval, and if my expectancy to be able to take those same trades regardless of what's happening in the market with this funded account might not be the same, right? So I then blow up my funded account because I'm looking for the same trades. I'm chasing. I'm immediately trying to go instantly into my funded account, taking the same kinds of trades at the same frequency that I was in my eval account. And it's like, dude, those market conditions might not exist anymore that allowed you to pass. You need to realize what your edge is and when it is available, right? And if you get too excited and you try to overtrade, or you try to trade instantly on a funded account without your edge, right? Just trying to get that payout, right? You're kind of missing the plot, right? Like, the payout comes from consistency. It comes from you following your process. The process, following your process and continuing to do what you need to do will lead to that payout without you having to do anything, without you having to chase it or looking at that P&L. But if you are just looking at the P&L, you're going to blow up that funded account instantly because you're not following what allowed you to pass that eval, right? You're now just chasing the number instead of actually chasing your system. Something to think about. XY says, tick in volume to confirm price action is a real edge. Yeah, man, right? Like, that's the only edge. That's the only thing that we have, is an understanding of where participants are located and are they going to perform now, right? Like, everything else is just historical price on a chart. So, like, order flow is why we use that. That's our 10% in our execution, right? And then again, AMT is our framework for how the market should move. So if we know where prices, overextended by using tick, or and then we know where buyers and sellers are based off of order flow, right? That gives us the opportunity to then execute based off of our thesis that we make based off of AMT. Right? We have a framework, and then we have an entry mechanism. That's how you create your playbook. Sal Khan, who's that? Khan Academy? Well, I appreciate it. That sounds like a compliment. Discord link? It should be in the bio, man. But if not, I can just link you it. Yeah, the size up here is a little nuts. It's also in that bottom left corner as well. That's the Discord. Do you see that? Where it says like TFC, the little Discord icon. Oh, I just realized you guys can't see everyone talking in Discord chat. I have it turned off. There you go. Oops. There you go. So this is super exciting, right? We have ES higher lows being put in. We flipped our zone off of 58s. We've rotated up to our 64 while Russell is oscillating in the oscillation that we thought it would. And NQ is incredibly flat. Where is NQ flat? Where are we currently operating? Well, we're operating exactly where we thought we would be flat, right? We're into our ledge. This is our POC to value of yesterday, where we thought we would get stuck. So there isn't a lot of movement opportunity here until we can flip above this, just like we talked about. It sucks, but it is what it is, right? You're kind of just like locked here until proven otherwise, right? We are trading between this previous value right now. This is our current balance is, it's literally, oops, wrong tool. Right, it is POC to value. This is our current range that we're trading in. Excuse me. Until proven otherwise. So what needs to happen for us to breach out of here? Like what's going to be the catalyst? What are we thinking that's going to actually be able to drive price up? Because right now it's just barcoding, right? on the 15 or on the 5. But this looks good on ES. ES looks great, right? We were able to breach outside and it's doing what it needs to. It's definitely leading, right? We have already done the breach. We've done the full rotation. We were able to hold value low from yesterday. We were able to then flip our value high to POC today from yesterday. So we've been able to flip and we're able to
UK Chancellor
hold the
Healy
low,
says first priority is fiscal discipline.
rotate up to the high, right? And then we were able to then hold the higher low, flip above, and then push. We are doing the same thing here on NQ, where we were able to recover our low, right?
So
That's the
Chancellor
shift.
Healy giving his speech to Treasury staff.
Now we are at our POC to value high. So what did ES have to do for this move to play out? What did I just draw pathing wise? Look at what just had to happen on ES for us to be able to breach. What did we have to show based off of AMT? What did we have to show? Interest. Well, we had to show that we were willing to hold this low, right? After we retested our highs. So we might need to retest this value edge before we can continue to do the same push back down. This is our first test at POC. What happened in the last test? Right? We might need to do this rotation here before we can go higher on NQ, sadly. Right? We did this push down. Oops. We did this push up into our POC to value high. That's where we took profit. Now we're just chilling. Now, this pullback might need to occur where we need to come down and retest that we want to break out. And that will then let us know if we then want to push above. That might need to happen. We'll see. Well, ES is just building above. So something to keep in mind is this 280 area. This is a very likely, a very highly probable pullback.
Healy says that I'll back wealth creation.
We'll see. It wouldn't be bearish. It's just we know that this is where sell side sits. So trying to expect anything more until we have shown acceptance over it is just hopium, right? We know this is the top of value. So if you're expecting more here and taking entries at our high without a breach yet, that's like not highly probable. So we need to see interest here at our value edge to show that we want to continue on the day, would be my assumption. Or if we don't want to do that full pullback, we need to find some sort of buy here and create some sort of liquidity event, right? Where we trap traders into this low and then are able to then see that absorption and then rotate up off of it and then see that initiative bid step above after we trap some sort of trade here without needing the pullback to our value edge. So that's probably what I'm going to be watching for, either a pullback to our value edge or some sort of look below. And it's like, okay, well, how do we find that look below? Well, I'm just going to put a fixed range on where we've been consolidating and see if, like this is probably what that looks like. I'll put a fixed range on that and see if we can trap outside of that value and then step above this and then do something like this, where like this then is trapped liquidity outside of this range that we're currently trading within. And that would then create a potential opportunity where we can then get in here if we trap into this low. Because if not, then again, we know where we're going, our value. So now with that logic in mind, let's go back to our smaller time frame chart, our 30-second, and put this fixed range on there. So I'd say at least one more leg down here to at least our value low of this range. We're going to be looking for offer here at our POC, and then one more leg down into like 89 would be my assumption here. And then we can then look to see if we then rotate back up. If not, then we'll be watching for something like this. But trying to trade the mid is a death sentence, so just don't do it. Maybe we don't need to go fully down, but I'm not going to trade it. I'm going to be looking for an offer here. We want to be looking for trades on either the acceptance outside of this value on a high, or acceptance back into value off of a failure to show interest outside, right? Like this is a trade that rotates us down from a failure to hold outside. We then look for that look back in, and then we look for the rotation through. So like our states right now are acceptance outside of value, or failure to accept, and then rotation back through value. That's our auction market theory, right? Like that's, you have two states. Either price is able to build outside of value, or price fails to build outside of value, and then we look for the rotation through value. So does it make sense for me to try to do anything here in the mid? Hell no. So I'm going to be then watching our order flow now that we know structurally where we want to go, right? We want to be rotating back down here. I can now watch our order flow on our footprint chart to see if we can trap traders below to execute. Now we just watch footprint. And again, we know this is just the Russell oscillation we were talking about, right? Like this is just this. So we just watch this and we watch to see where that gains strength again. Is it going to oscillate once again? Is it going to be able to do something new? We'll see. Right now, NQ's in the middle of its range. I don't have any desire to trade that. ES is just a channel up, nothing crazy. It's just doing what it needs to. It's holding POC to value of our previous 15. It looks good. It hasn't lost yet what NQ has, which is POC into our highs, holding as resistance, which is making me think that we rotate down to these lows, right? Because on the order flow side, we see that. We see trap traders into highs on NQ. We're starting to see it on NQ, on ES, but it's still maintaining where it needs to so far, right? These guys are potentially trapped outside. But until we flip below our pivot here, we don't have a reason to be expecting that they aren't just going to be able to bid this and rotate us back up. Sorry, I'm going to start losing my voice again, talking too much today. I am not fully well. Need to tone it down. Oof. All right, new 15s have opened. Let's see what they do here. We're holding value of our previous candle, or value low of our previous candle here so far on open as resistance. So things that we've identified in this area, we know that there's incredibly clear absorption at 30 to 35, or 25 to 35 really on NQ. So we can highlight that. I'm going to put a 25 to 35. I'm just going to put a box there for us to have a reference. And then I'm going to make that box red, just so you can look to see what we do as we push into that guy who's as a passive seller who's sitting there, who's taking in size. So we need to flip that for me to care, or I would expect a lower high here and then a rotation down to our low. That would look something like this. If it was going to play. ES still just chilling, holding where it needs to, but we are testing value of the previous candle here at 62. It needs to be able to pop that, or it's gonna start to curl over just from the weakness. Let's see what NQ does here. This is an important area. Some pretty large size on ES being taken in at this 62 to 64. Right, so we need to flip that, or I would expect something very similar on as to what we're looking for on NQ. But we're only really bearish once this value low flips at 60 to like 59. Until then, it's just chop, but continuation, right? We're channeling up. Again, like ES is divergent. NQ much more balanced in structure. Russell balanced. So right now we're just kind of chilling. We have a mixed market. I'm just going to mark these two lines here just so that you have it as a reference point of what we're watching for. This is that value high and the value low. So again, we're absorbing into this 62 to 64. About 1,600 lots so far have been taken in. That doesn't mean that we're going to go down from here, right? Like the bid is still active. Buyers are still very active on ES, but we do need to show interest above and a very clear hold of it for me to want to do more. If not, we're going to absorb into here, look for the lower offer, and then we'll look for bearishness under 60 after rejecting here in this box. That would be a very bearish move here. That'd be a shift, right? Because that would be us then holding below value of our previous candle. Again, we can see that absorption here. Wait, how do we know it's absorption? Well, it's all of this buy side delta, right? This green delta closed outside of value of our candle, right? All of this effort here closed outside of value. Value is this white line here to this white line here of this candle. So we have a wick with all positive deltas above. So we know that it's absorption. A lot of effort, not a lot of reward, right? It's an easy way to just be like, oh yeah, like that's very clearly absorption. So what we need to see now is like, can we sustain above this value here? Or is this, again, just where we're going to take in size, and then do we flip below where these sellers got stuffed? And if we do, then we'd be expecting then a rotation, I don't know, down to like here. We'll see what happens. Again, ES looks fine still, but we need to be very cognizant of what happens here because we know that this is where passive sellers are sitting and taking in size. Again, it does not mean that we go down, but it is a very clear area of supply that we need to push through. And if the rest of the market isn't going to participate, then it makes sense that we do go down, right? This is our passive seller also on NQ, like we talked about. We only want to be looking for longs down here on a recovery or above on a hold. Anything here is just not worth your time, in my opinion. It's just not worth the probability risk, especially with Russell still just doing the old oscillation. And again, this is just midday. Like this is, we expect a slower price action because it is 12 to 2, garbage hours. We're just setting up, right? We're creating the fuel for the next move for the end of day. So we were looking for rotational trades within value, right? Within our structure. We were looking to trap people who are still aggressively participating, right? It's basically what we just talked about, which is like people not shifting bias and looking for that same momentum and that same expectancy from this morning now into midday. So anyone who's trying to play these breakout edges, looking for continuation, is just getting absolutely ruined. And then we're just looking for rotations to the other side, right? Too many people are expecting continuation right now without the actual order flow to support it. And you can see, like, look at all these guys who just got trapped into that area that we identified as where the seller would be sitting, right? You can see them trapped. Do you see where price is currently? Do you see how value is here? And this is all buy-side deltas. Wow. So this would be your first risk off if you're trading off of that, right? Into POC. And then your secondary leg would be into 90, following our pathing. I'm going to go grab water. I'll be right back. I'm dying. Oh boy. Man, I am so excited to not have to just constantly have a cough drop in my mouth. It's been like 2 weeks of me just nonstop eating these, man. I'm so sick of the taste. There's your full rotation on NQ based off of what we talked about. So it's your secondary risk off here for the full value oscillation. You can see the trap buyers into highs. You can see the shift of our POC from our lows, right? And you can see the rotation down now into our value low structure. Let's see if we're able to absorb just like we did on the last attempt, right? Where these sellers are offside into our lows. Or if something's going to shift, right? But balance should be expected until proven otherwise. Easy trade. Later, man. Are you guys able to visualize this absorption? Did that make sense to you? Can you see it for yourself? That's important. Do you see how AMT logic tells us where we want to go, and then order flow gives us the opportunity, right, to then do that thing. Very, very important that you see those two concepts play together. And then you can see if we're going to get this continuation. I don't know if we are. What that would look like, right, would be like, I don't know, acceptance below value, inability to get back up and then push down, something like that. I kind of doubt it happens. I think that a look below, rebid for a higher low, and then rotation back up to POC is much more likely to play here. But we'll see what they do. And again, like the reason why I think that is Russell's still just oscillating. NQ still holding where it needs to, right? No breach yet. But like if ES starts to lead down and does the secondary leg, then maybe NQ goes further. We'll see. But regardless, right? Like you're in from the right side of the edge now, right? You're playing off of the highs where we knew sell side was sitting. And it's not, it's a bearish scalp. It's not a shift of our overall trend yet. It's just acknowledging that during our lunch period, we should be expecting some sort of oscillation of value, which is what this is, value high to value low. Nothing crazy. Now we're just going to watch to see if we trap liquidity outside of value and then can get back in, or if we start to lead down. Probably needs to show interest over like 96,300 for this to feel comfortable. New 15 is opening now. Let's see if we can get that pop just like last time. Look what it did last time, right? You can look at historical price to be like, oh yeah, right? We got a little push up and then we got a retest and then we went on our way. And see if it'll do something similar. Or you can just, with the understanding of what we're doing, right, put your stop at that low and then just play it up and then look to see if we can hold. Right, you like a couple opportunities if we know that we're kind of in a balanced auction. You can see that ES held where it needed to, just back to our absorption. Again, we got to get over this like 95,300 on NQ, where that's where we'll expect sell side to sit. The reason why we are looking at that is because it's literally value of our previous candle, right? So that's why I said that. We can see, again, we can see the sellers here. This is the sellers. Look at the red deltas on the last candle. So is it obvious that we need to trap into this low and then get back above this value if we're going to rotate up? Yeah, right. Russell coming into our lows. This is going to be a big test to let us know if we're going to shift or we're going to trap here. If Russell bids, I would assume that this will trap and then rotate back up. If we can hold and Russell shifts outside of this structure where we're oscillating, then this low will not be the same as this low where we trap liquidity and then we don't do the full rotation up. So let's see what they do. Russell is now in an area where we actually care about. Let's see if we get continuation on our short or if we're able to get that long. You'd see the amount of POC is the yellow, right, per candle. So this is where the most volume is now trading here. We have a lot of two-sided trading here into our lows outside of value. So if they fail to sustain this and we get back up, then that will lead to new highs. If they're able to sustain this low and sweep this, right, with Russell also failing to bid here, then we will continue downward. So we'll see what they do. But again, we are in a balanced state and we need to see a very clear shift here if we're going to continue down. We have some really juicy targets below us if we can hold this lower high, but we need to see it to believe it first. This retest here on ES will also be really important. You can see how badly sell side is trying here. Look at all of this weight, all the size that is trying to be traded below. Are they going to be able to hold it on retest, or is this going to get trapped? Russell into our lows, ES into our pivot. Let's see if we can flip and hold above that, or if this is going to remain offer. Market bounced with Russell into our low so far, retesting our pivots now on NQ and ES to let us know if sell side is going to be able to defend where buyers were previously. This is a huge test for the market. Are we going to be able to flip what was our bid to now resistance? Same thing here on NQ. What was our bid? Is it now resistance? Or are we going to be able to trap this liquidity below and then Russell able to then do the full oscillation
So
up
about
again?
10 minutes time, we get the US 20 bond auction, prior high yield of 4.927%, prior bid cover of 2.75. So the US is looking to sell $13 billion of 20-year bonds. So to take a look at some research then from JP Morgan interest rate strategist in the late Tuesday report, that they said they expected higher outright yields and less supportive valuations would lead to the auction to be digested smoothly. Latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators were net short 179k classic bond future contracts, a possible source of covering demand.
Do you day trade short time frame setups while maintaining a larger market thesis, such as we are bearish and correcting to 100, 200 DMA, or do you not necessarily care? I don't use like the DMAs or anything like that, but I do treat I do have a larger time frame view and a bias that I create based off of our market structure itself. Yeah, for sure. So like something like what you would call like your DMA reference would be like me saying like we're still one time framing up on the monthly. We're still in balance or one time framing up on the weekly. So like my overall bias will then be bullish because we're still holding structurally in trend on those time frames. And so probability wise, it is more likely to continue up until we shift to a one-time framing down I'm more bullish until either balance and one-time framing up stops, and then we go into a one-time framing down scenario, and then I'm much more bearish, right? But like until that balance shift happens, that shift of balance on the larger time frame occurs, there's not really a reason for me to be overall bearish or looking for like mostly bearish setups on the day. So like most of my excuse me, I day trade and my scenarios are mostly based off of what we're doing on those time frames. Like I basically gate 90% of my short trades if we're one time framing up, and I'm looking because it makes more sense to be looking for pullbacks instead of taking a short. I just am looking for a pullback for a long entry if we're one time framing up on all three time frames, right? If we're one time framing up on the monthly, the weekly, and the daily, I shouldn't be shorting. I should be looking for pullbacks for longs. Just like if we were one time framing down on the monthly, weekly, and daily, I should be looking for relief bounces and then continuation trades to continue shorting in that market, because the probabilities are just much higher. So I guess that's what you're asking then. Yeah. So like again, I have like a morning, I have a weekly read and I have a daily read, and it accounts for those scenarios. So like this is what it says on our daily. Do you see how it says balance on the daily, balance on the weekly, and then on our monthly we're still one time framing up, and where that ends? So we're still in balance technically on daily and weekly for me. We're in an 11-week balance on the weekly. So until we breach that, we're still technically bullish. So it's more likely to be looking for pullbacks for longs than breakdowns for shorts, in my opinion, until we shift that bias. There's your stuff below, and we'll look for a continuation and rotation back up to our highs here off of that failure, with Russell holding our low of balance. Just another rotation off of a failure to actually sustain below, just like we talked about. You can see these trap traders into this low. I'd love to see a opportunity to add to this position on some sort of retest here for rotations up. I need to delete drawings here because it's getting a little messy. And I'll just redraw. But here's your rotation. And then let me just move this over. So oh, excuse me. And this is just back to
Remind
where
about
we,
4 minutes
where
time,
we
we get the US 20-year bond high yield of prior 4.97%, prior bid cover of 2.75. Reminder, at the top of the hour, we get the when issued.
Okay. Let's see what they do here. Back into our seller. Again, we've got big absorption here into 62 to 64. Need to flip that. But with these guys trapped at our lows, we have a lot more potential now to potentially breach highs. We'll see. We've got news coming out soon, so I'm not expecting the full continuation right now, but we do want to be aware that we have two scenarios that can play out right now. We either trapped and now we're rotating up to this POC, and that's the end of the move for right now, and then we retest and then we go. So we're retesting our value low to POC structure. If we can hold this on retest, that is telling us that these buyers mean business, and then we want to continue, and then we look for that pop above. If sell side is still willing to absorb here, then there's been no shift, right? We would need to see buyers show big here for this to have any sort of probability to go for some sort of break out of this range, right? We need to see these buyers show interest at our edge and then pop us above. If not, then we should just expect more of the same, which is, right, another failure and then a rotation off of the seller still being pretty clearly here. Same thing on ES. We'll see. Again, it's just the Russell oscillation that we've been talking about. Like, until you see a shift out of here, it is more likely to be a balance trade until we see RTY willing to expand with price. Excuse me, sorry. It's just like that you need to think about, like, is the market in a state of balance or in a state or a different state? And right now, like, we're in a very balanced state at our highs. Could that change? Yes.
1 minute ago, and to be the one issued for the 20-year bond auction.
What's going to change that? Well, probably this bond auction, if anything, right? It's probably market is stabilized until news comes out, and then prices will then react to the bond auction. And then we'll actually be able to breach outside of this value that we've created. That's a bond auction. So price is just kind of chilling right now while we're waiting. It's also lunch, right? So you have lunch plus news. With like very clear absorption above us. And again, like, absorption doesn't mean that we go down. It just means that we're stuck for right now. We still need to see a shift at our lows for the downside to play, or it's just rotation.
10 seconds.
And that's something that you need to constantly remind yourself of, that, like, just because we see absorption doesn't mean that it's a shift. It could just be a stall for right now in a rotation through balance.
5.185%, 5.158%. So again, Treasury bond issued 5.158% for the $13 billion auction.
We'll see what they do. Holding so far, POC. Value of our previous candle. Let's see if we can get a good bid here. Auction coming out, some volatility stepping in. They need to show a very clear step above, or we could see them like immediately sweep this down if they continue to fail here again off of this news. If like that pop doesn't happen, so we just want to be careful. Let's see what they do here. I'm so excited to not be sick. I feel like I've been sick for a month, man. Holy.
So surely expecting the rest of the data now for the 20-year bond auction. 5.163%, 5.163%. Bid cover 2.64, with the US selling $13 billion in 20-year notes and awarding 15.13% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 14.67%, direct 16.21%, indirect 69.12%.
Yeah, I got absolutely ruined by this virus. It just like went from like system to system.
So that's a tail of 0.5 basis points.
I just had like a sore throat one night, and then like 2 days later, I couldn't speak for a week. It's like it traveled to my vocal cords. I like actually could not speak, could not make a noise. It was insane. It's never happened to me before, where like I was just incapable. Felt crazy. And then it moved to my my eyes after that. And then I had like pink eye in both eyes. Like, all right, man, can we not? Dude, I'm so glad I didn't get whatever the cytoloplasm, whatever it was called, explosive diarrhea, Taco Bell disease. That would have been awful. That's worse than what I got for sure. Like, at least I was still a functioning adult. Having to like just sit on a toilet for a week is unlucky. Full rotation here on ES, back down to our pivot from another absorption, just following our pathing. We'll see if we can flip this on reoffer. Really important to see if we're going to flip. If ES wants to hold below this pivot here, that could be pretty important for us. That would be a shift. Russell's still holding where it needs, so it's still just an idea, but something to keep in mind is that NQPOC is actually shifted up here as well at this 310 from the lows before, right? It was down here at like 240 before. Now it's shifted up into these highs. So now we're balanced basically between today's POC, which is this orange line here, and yesterday's POC, right, which is our value high on the day. So we are just stuck. And if we can't show any interest to step above this and actually bid out of here, it is just going to rotate right back down to value low off of the failure. So it is so important that we show interest over this and can actually flip above 350, 380 for upside, or you are just absolutely stuck here, and we should be expecting then a rotation back down to 200, 210 into end of day if we continue to just fail here with POC shifting up, right? Because now this node is just sell side resistance. So if we can't, let me delete all this so you can see this bit better. Look at the node that we're creating up here, right? If everything from here to here is just selling, and then we put in lower highs and then push below POC here on retest, that would then be a downside move we would be expecting, right? If we can flip this and hold the tail of this node, right, as supportive, that would be a great first sign of continuation. And then the step above will then lead us up to this 420, 440 target. So it is an incredibly important auction that we're doing right now. And again, that's what midday usually is, right? It is a liquidity building, right? Distribution building area. So we really need to figure out which way we want to breach on this node that we've been building out for the last 2 hours. ES still looks fine, right? We're still holding above value from yesterday and today. It's still leading up. But if we get back into value, right, we're going to have a very clear pivot here at 52s for an offer, and then a rotation back down to 30 following NQ off of a failure to sustain above. So you have a very clear downside plan if ES and NQ continue to fail to be outside of value, right? But right now, all you're doing is you're in a balance trade, right? It's a balance trade. Very clear balance in this distribution that we're building with no excess on either side outside of our tails, right? No tails, just node. We have nothing to, it's just a big ass node. So until we can actually show that sustained move, it's going to be tough. So you want to always be looking to take off your first risk into our highs. And then if we can shift above this value and sustain it, then we're following the same logic that we did on ES. It'll just be on NQ, right? That's this move here. This is POC to value of yesterday, holding us supportive. So we need to flip this. This is our battle line, right? That's why it's there. That is the line that we need to hold above 50. 350 is our target that we need to flip if we want to go up. We need to see sustained price above this. Then we can go to that 420. If price fails, then we're going to be looking again just for a rotation like this into close would be my assumption. This is us into absorption again on NQ. So if you are trading our range, this is your target until we can flip above this. And this is, again, just Russell still maintaining our reversion zone low. ES dropping out of the ascending wedge. Yeah, we'll see. I think it's probably just going to need, if we don't go soon, the issue is that it's just going to curl over. And when curl overs happen, it's just going to have to pull back to the last known liquidity, right? So when you say like the wedge, right? Like this is, let's look at our 15 minute. So this is our footprint chart on the 15. So structurally, we know that we're building out a node here, right? And this is what we're trading. So this distribution that we're creating and this curl over is from a exhaustive bid, right? That's gotten basically just, it's failed into the highs. And so buyers don't have the ammo that they need, right? And so we need to pull back to where they were last. So if we fail to hold these lows, I would expect price to need to come back down to here, where we absorbed last, that caused that breakout, before we can continue onwards. Right, this is that curl over where we saw that absorption. So we're watching this low to see if sell side continues to get stuffed here, and if we can then get above this very clear absorption into these highs. But if we can't, and this shifts, I would expect us to then come down to these lows here before we can continue. Right, so right now you're stuck between these guys. We need to see either acceptance above, or we are going to offer and rotate back down to this known liquidity. And then from here, we decide, is this buyer still willing to defend for rotations back up? Or is this then going to offer and then rotate us back through? That's kind of the plan for your afternoon, I would say. Is this going to still be very reactive? Are we going to be able to trap here for just the very clear, rotations that we're doing? Can we get above? Or is this going to flip and then push back down to this known liquidity here to fill this LVN? just gonna put that into Discord to save it because I think it's important. And we'll see. Again, just another rotation on NQ while we're balanced here. Let's see what ES wants to do. We have so many important levels below us that we can look into. Right, this is previous day value high, current value high. So this is where we would expect liquidity to be if this fails here. So now we're just watching to see if we trap and then pop back up to come into this absorption again, or if this is going to flip, come back down to our value edge, and then go from there. If the value edge goes resistant, then we can play it down further. We always want to be bullish on first look into our value edge. We want to go in with a bullish bias on retest of an edge if we're above it, until we show and prove that we don't have any interest sustaining it. And then we can look for it as a retest, and then we can look for a rotation through value. I hate midday, man. It's just like not worth your time. Like, we're getting some nice rotations on NQ, like that's whatever. But like, if you're expecting more, right, then this is like an incredibly disappointing market for you. But if like you know that you're just going to get absorption at these two edges and then rotation through, right, like this isn't the end of the world until we can actually breach out. But like, it's just not great. Like, the opportunities are just not there comparatively to the morning. So I tend to leave around 2 o'clock, which is, we're coming up on it right now, because it's just not worth your time. Yeah, afternoons are just the worst, man. Like, it's just like, why are we here? Yeah, agreed, man. I again, like, all of those things that you just mentioned are definitely viable, but you need participants, right? Like, that's the thing that most price action traders and most ICT traders and most like pattern-based traders are, when they don't know when patterns fail, right? So like, if you are looking for a wedge to break out, but you're not being able to see where people are off sides, then it's like, well, no wonder, right? Like, you need the participants. The participants are the catalyst for the move to actually occur, right? The order flow. That's your execution layer for whatever strategy you're actually going to do. So you can trade AMT, you could trade ICT, I don't care, but like, you need to, like, if you're scalping and you're day trading, you need to know where these guys are getting stuffed, right? That's what is going to actually allow you to trade. That's something that I tell these guys all the time. Is like, you're one lot warriors or sim warriors. Like, your trades that you're taking have zero effect on the market. And so you need to be able to identify the participants who are actually affecting the market and then trade around them, because you literally have zero control, zero power, zero influence on the market. And so if you think that your stupid line on your chart is going to do something, you are delusional, right? You are absolutely delusional. You need to get that through your head, that your lines mean nothing because you have zero influence on price. So what you need to be able to do is find the participants who do have influence on price and then trade around them, right? So you create your rule book, your laws, whatever it is, and then you use order flow as your trigger to actually get those trades to play out, to know when they're going to play out. Sorry. Got it. I mean nothing. You're finally learning, Maldito. We can probably extend this fixed range now. I don't know how much longer I'm going to stay. I'm losing my voice. I don't want to go too crazy. I'm still healing, but we can stay for a bit longer. This is our value test of our edge here on ES. Really important retest. Russell testing our low of structure, seeing if we're going to bounce here again, and Q just into our value low. ES at our value high edge and previous day value high. Really important area like we talked about. If we're going to show interest, we're going to probably see that here. And that would then step up. If not, then we're going to be looking for this to flip, and then we can then play this down. So really important area to start watching. I think your POI that you're going to keep an eye on is this seller that started to execute into 57 to 58. So this retest is going to be really important to let us know if this guy who tried to really aggressively push us down can hold, or if we can flip back up and then take out the highs. Something, if you don't want my level, just look at POC to value of our previous candle here for that same area. It didn't at first high, but now I really have it bad. I have like the worst dry cough. I'm just on like whatever the DM cough and chest congestion medicine is. My mucus is like neon yellow right now. It's crazy. It looks like every time I blow my nose, it looks like I like spray painted. It's I've never had like that like opaque. And I learned that yellow color is dead white blood cells. So it means like you're in the middle of fighting an infection. I don't know, man. Dude, I got bodied by this. I haven't been this sick in a very long time. Like maybe since COVID. I'll be right back. Okay, well, that's your first move on ES. Off of that failure, that value to POC. NQ still just maintaining our range, right? Balance hasn't shifted. There's no change there until we can actually hold below, just like we did here on ES. Right? We need to see a very similar thing on NQ, or this is just going to continue to rotate. Just is what it is. Russell's still just doing nothing, oscillating. Once Russell breaks down, you'll have a lot more confidence that we're actually going to do something new. This is previous day value high here on ES. Great first target off of this hold. I don't know, boys. Like, how much more time do I give it? What time is it now? 1:24. I can stay for a bit longer, but I don't want to stay for the full session. So I don't know. My worry is like I overexert myself by talking too much and just like staying on and then not resting, and then I get sick again. Like I don't actually get well. Tone 5 code, yeah, no. What sucks, I just feel so bad for my dog because I can't walk her like she wants. She just looks so miserable. I need to go on Rover or something and hire someone. Yeah, later sauce.
So Iran's top negotiator Galabav on X says the equation of this war is clear, either all or none.
Yep. I mean, it was a really good morning. It's just midday, you know? Just is what it is.
So Galabav in the full post says that if our security is not insured, no infrastructure will be safe. And says, in a region where we do not sell oil, no one else will sell oil.
Go. Thanks. Yeah, I've been doing a ton of honey and lemon. I wish I could get behind the apple cider vinegar bandwagon. It's just not for me. Oh boy. Yeah, it's rough, man. I had to be really miserable to drink that. All right, what are we gonna do? We have 2 minutes left on this candle. Russell still sideways, no change. ES still within our value. Again, like it's just POCs shifted, so we're watching to see if we can sustain above it on our daily now and then go, or if this is going to hold offer and then we rotate down. And this still looks fine to me. Uh-oh, losing my voice. But we'll see. I'd like to stay until I actually can identify the break. But I might have to actually go if my voice gives. We'll see. We're still holding our lows, no change. I think the key is going to be, can ES like actually trap all of this liquidity here and breach back above these two 15-minute sessions? God, that'd be incredibly powerful for us to then be able to shift up. But we now have like such a large pivot above us with these two 15-minute periods with all of that volume there. It's going to be a tough one. Right now, it's just like a very clearly downtrend on ES. But with flat Russell and flat NQ, it's like, okay, well, what's going to be the actual driving force that brings ES down? If tech is sideways and energy and financials are sideways, like, do we actually have the energy to do this move? We need to really wait for NQ to show the same structural shift for this to feel good, or it's going to continue to just feel awful. New 15s have opened. You can see like NQ's holding POC from previous candle, but it's a very tight range where we're trapped between this high and this low. So we'll see which way we breach on NQ. Similar structure on ES. Like I said before, like you need to shift above this guy. And if we can get back above, like then all of this liquidity is trapped at our previous day value high, which would make a ton of sense with Russell holding where it needs as well, right? Our oscillation low. But we just need more from the market to confirm. Remember what we're actually doing structurally, right? Like, why does this matter? Well, this is our value high retest on our daily on ES. This is POC to value high, just holding as resistance on NQ in our range that we've already talked about, right? Like nothing has shifted in our overall structure yet to be like, oh yeah, like that's incredibly bearish. Like, are we curling over back to a level that we care about? Yeah, for sure, right? But we need to see that shift below value again, like I talked about, and then you can look for that rotation through our entire value range on the day if we can actually do it, which it looks like it wants to set up for, but we need confirmation. I think that confirmation will happen at 45 to 49, and then a really nice reoffer of this edge here at 53, and then we'll look for that continuation down. Because right now this could go either way, either a pop back up or a failure, and then a very clear rotation like this is what I would want to see. Into end of day. And again, like NQ, there's literally nothing here until we can shift above this battle line. It is just a range trade until we prove that POC wants to hold as resistance, and then we rotate down to value low on retest. Because right now this is just holding. These lows. You'd have a really hard time with the footprint, but you'd be able to do profile trading very easily. So you'd be able to do the auction market side. There's a really good trader named Verminion who's trades on Thinkorswim. You could look at his setup. He's on Twitter. He trades auction market theory. And I'll write his name in chat so you can look. Vernaman. Look up him on Twitter. He's a pure volume profile trader on Thinkorswim. Mm-hmm. But yeah, most people that are in our community trade on a different platform than TradingView, but they have TradingView open just for charting, and then they have like their futures brokerage or whatever as their secondary for execution. Just balance still, like we talked about. No craziness. Just another failure on NQ, stuffed outside, rotation up through value. ES as well, just testing our our value high on today, as well as previous day value high. Russell still holding our pivot, no change. Hard to get big market moves if Russell wants to continue to oscillate. Just kind of is what it is. Let's see what happens here on NQ into 310. 310 to 316 is where they would try to absorb if they were going to do it for a lower high. For 3 minutes of high vol trading. All right, later, man. Have a good nap. Appreciate it. I'm gonna head out too soon. Oops. What the hell? We good? One of my screens went out for a second there. That was crazy. It's just when people are here to actually learn, I want to keep talking. It's hard to leave, man. This is going to be such an important test. I think this is like the area that decides it, to be honest. Right, this is just what we pathed out for the afternoon plan. Is this now going to be our POC rejection here that actually pushes us down? Or are we able to do another full rotation and find acceptance outside? Yes is still just doing what it wants. You know, it's holding value like we talked about. But these retests are going to be important because we have like pretty clear upper structure now compared to when we what we had before. So like if I highlight this, you can see what I mean. So like what if we fail here on ES to establish after this bounce and we are unable to get above POC of this upper range that we just built out, and then we pop back down below? Well, that'd be a pretty good sign that sell side then wants to start initiating. And you'll have a really nice opportunity when we get back below here. That's really what you want to be watching for, because then that's a move down to here, which is a great trade. Probably something like this. Good 3-to-1 risk to reward on the reversion back into value, back down to value low. But if we sustain here, then, right, like there's nothing. It feels way too much like a coin flip while we wait for, are we going to be able to hold our value highs? Just really watch our POC retest here on NQ. See how we interact here. Again, just at our value high edge on ES. Can we get back above this? Or do we start to show interest below that? Remember, it's like failure, lower high, push down, lower high, rotation. So you can easily track these moves by having that trend line, right? Showing you like, oh yeah, we're in a downtrend now. We're starting to show that interest. And then again, it's just getting back into that value. These are where we would actually be looking for those areas of interest. And then just our edges, right? Our structures are our targets. I think you're really just going to be waiting on Russell though for the decision to be made. Just seems so hopeless without RTY helping move us in the direction that the overall market wants to go. Like a divergent RTY where it just stays stationary while ES and NQ melt down. I probably won't trade it. And again, it's not that it's like that trade won't work. It just doesn't meet my criteria. pretty solid rejection of absorption we talked about at 310, 315 so far at POC into this node. Retesting our lows now. This is just POC from before. How can we predict where that absorption is going to be? Well, it's just like looking at your footprint and seeing where those deltas are outside of value. Being like, yeah, if we're going to retest anywhere, I'd be expecting that to be there. And again, just like trend logic, where it's like, oh yeah, that'd be your lower high. And we also have like the delta confirmation. But do we have follow through at our lows is the question. We have very clearly sell side trying to shift downwards, right? But if they can't do anything with it, it's pretty hopeless. What do I mean by that? Well, like I said, we identified this absorption very early on, and we can see them trying to shift slowly to the downside, right? They're trying to put in a lower high, and they're absorbing at a lower place over and over and over again. But what happens if they absorb down here, right? Trying to shift this down from this point and then this point, and then they try to really hammer in on this edge low, and they fail. Well, now they've lowered their average too much, right? And then we then rotate back up because they failed at the only area that actually mattered, which is a shift of our balance. It's the same thing on ES. Like, great, like we absorbed at these highs, awesome. But if they can't get us back below our value low and previous day, or sorry, our previous day value high and current value high on ES, and do anything with that, it's going to be all for nothing, because then all you do is trap into the area where buyers care about, right? That pullback to liquidity, and then that gives us what we need to then rotate up. So like, it's great that we got this pullback to this area, but now like sellers need to actually show that shift. Failure to show that, right, just is another rotation. That's what matters. And we really want full market participation for that, because if Russell's still just stuck here, again, like, what's the catalyst that actually gives us the continuation down that we need? That isn't just going to be, you know, like one candle and then right back up. And the way that you get that is, again, with full market participation, right? Without it, then it's just punishing shorts or longs on either end of our balance, right? There's no follow through because there's no secondary buyers or secondary sellers that are willing to engage with the liquidation from shorts or longs, right, at our balance edges. All right, my dog very clearly needs to go outside, so I need to let her out, and it might be a good stopping point for me as well, especially if we're just going to do another rotation here. It sucks, man, because it feels like we're like any second away from breaking down or breaking out, but that's the curse of midday, is that it just like baits you. Yeah, it looks like it wants to. We just, like I said, we need follow through. The bid is sitting at 280 on NQ. And they keep advertising it. Just everything about it feels like a bait without Russell follow through with us. Like you never want to short a slow market because at any point someone could step in and just be like, hey, you actually, like, I want to buy here. And then it just goes up and squeezes all these idiots. I hate shorting slow markets, but like the setup looks like it wants it, but that's why I have to rely on Russell for that context for me personally. Because like again, like we just talked about this entire thing, but like it's very clear that sell side is shifting, right? They're trying desperately here to hold this and defend this edge as resistance, which is where buyers were previously. So they're gonna try to slam it, but they need fucking follow through here. It is incredibly important. They're trying to take in size into 85s. They have to succeed here. They have to sweep below 80 after holding this 85. That's the only way that this works, or we'll rotate back up to 300. You know, this 85.90 has to hold here and then sweep below 80. Or again, you rotate up to 300 very quickly off of a failure to absorb and shift. There's your sweep. I'm out half from 85 into our 68s. Let's see if we get any follow through or if that's that. That was a order flow entry. All right, I can show it here. Do you see the absorption I was talking about into 85s? After that seller tried to initiate. And now we have the sweep that stepped in. I'm out 2 more here. And then in trades free. Okay. I'd like to leave a runner for our low target at 215. So I will do that for our full value rotation. ES still has a lot of room. Again, our setup is looking for some sort of reoffer here, and then a flip below this 45s for continuation down to 32, 35 area. Something like this would be expected. You'll probably get this bounce when ES comes down to target, and then I don't know, some sort of like reoffer that gives us this retest. That'd be my assumption. Now that we're below our value edge, we want to be watching for something like that. We'll see what they do here. Do you trade GC? I have an auto trader for GC, but I don't manually trade it. I don't know. Let me look. One second, I'm still managing this trade. Some absorption taking place into 55s here on NQ. We're watching to see if 55 to 60 can hold offer for lower high on NQ. Again, they're trying to take in size here. I don't know if it's going to be able to hold, but it is what I see right now. Why can't I draw a line? Okay, there we go. GC. You have a short position? I would say that this is your invalidation. And you're looking for something like this. If it bids here and then steps up like this, probably goes up instead of down. And then you'd flip bias. That'd be what I would do. Right now you're battling for this. Flip and hold of this distribution. Probably be looking for that. I don't know if this is the same structurally, but I trade MGC, so it's about as close as you're gonna get from me as an analysis. Hmm, 55 offer holding, but it's rough, man. Let's see if we can get some continuation here. This is previous day POC, which is a great first target off of ES, self-R failure. I don't know if we're gonna get more. This will probably be my last trade, so whatever happens here, either me getting stopped out on my runners or looking for this full continuation leg. Watching now. I think I invalidate, this is our absorption that we're looking for. Oops. I'm watching just to see if we can hold here, and if this is able to then put in a lower high for rotation down to 215. Like this. For my runners. My take profit is at 41.36.8. Is it good or not? I think that's a great take profit. That's a good first PT. I think that's PT1 for me, missed. Like this is PT1, this is PT2, 122.6. So if this holds, your PT1 is that 136.8 or 135.8, whatever you want to call it. I think that's a great first PT. That would be basically you challenging these previous highs. All right, I gotta go back to my trade. Let's see if we can hold here and take out lows, or if this is just gonna balance. Oops. We gotta take out these lows and sweep like we did on the previous test. Let's see, we're just holding POC a previous candle here on ES and NQ. We're trying to trap here. I don't know if it's gonna work. We'll see. Russell finally getting some follow through. PT 7170. Yeah, that's how I trade missed. I think market structure is your gives you your pathway. It tells you where price wants to go, right? And then order flow gives you your entry. There's a shitload of contracts being absorbed on ES down here, like 1,700 at 46s. I don't know if we get much more here, boys. We'll see. It's a lot of absorption. Same thing on NQ, actually. I exited one more. We'll see what happens. I'd love to be able to try to like get like a cheeky average down where either I, stop out or get a nice little re-entry, but nothing setting up for me yet. We'll see. 11 minutes left on this candle. That kind of sucks. If Russell breaks down, then maybe that gives us our average down on our runner. They're trying to absorb here into 250. So I think maybe 250, 260 is our stop. And then we try to look for them to sweep below 235 for continuation. Maybe. Yeah, I'm just going to move my stop to 264 here above that high. And then either I get stopped out or we go for full target. I don't care. So I'm moving my stop from 290 to 264. And then let's see what happens as we push back into this absorption at 55s. This is my last trade. I need to leave before I'm here the whole session.
The Fed announces post-FOMC press conference in a statement. We're forced to hold a post-FOMC press conference at 2:30 p.m. on July 29th.
I might get stopped out and then we put in the lower high and then we go, I don't know. I don't care. This is my last trade. Watching to see if Russell can get the follow through we need. Again, my stop is sitting at 264 now. Just trying to average down at 255 from my original entry up at 285 with my stop at 290. We'll see if this might be too tight. There's a lot of absorption down here, just very two-sided. It's risk-free though, so don't know. Give it a shot. Your next target would be 42 on ES if we hold here at 48, 49. Yeah, I'm stopped there. That might be the high. We'll see. I'll potentially get back in if we look back below, but until then, it's not worth it. In my opinion. Here, I'll show you exactly. And they're trying to take in size here. Again, this might give us an opportunity. We'll see. So I would need to see us. We saw this absorption into here, and this was either going to hold and then continue downwards, or it was going to flip and then bid back up nearing our entry again. So it just makes sense to close for break even here between our average, right? But now it's, does this take in, and then do we see sell side then step on the gas and we put on the pushback below? That could give you a potential opportunity. I don't know. We'll see. They're trying now, but back below 55s. Let's see if they can do it. Same risk as before. They're gonna be able to hold it. So we basically just trapped outside of value, and then we rotated back through value, right? Just mark AMT. So your first risk off here is the entry back in, right? And now your first risk off is here into this low. We would need to flip this, and then that would lead to our secondary target if we can flip and hold below. If you are in this again.
Iran's
Let's see what they
IRGC
do here.
Navy says we warn against using alternative routes in the Strait of Hormuz.
I'd like to see follow through here below 40s. See if they can hold it. It will oscillate until we are able to do that follow through below. Retesting now. Yes, I do, Ali. Some days are much more volatile and have more volume. But there's usually a pretty good baseline. If it just gets a little messy, then I'll increase the average size, right? But right now it's at probably the lowest setting that I'd ever put it on, which is 100 for the bubbles. I'm watching for an offer here, a lower offer, and then rotation below 40s. If we're going to get it. The bid will try to defend this edge on retest at 40. Our job is to get below it as quickly as possible off of this lower offer, if it's going to continue downwards. Testing into our area now, we want to see sweepers try to push through this if they're going to continue it. Or this is again where buyers will try to defend and pop us back over 70s. If we hold this 40 low and then get over this high, that to me is bullish. If we can get below this after putting this lower high, then we go to target. Really important that we see sell side really try to shove this down after this lower absorption that we just witnessed here.
Iran's commander Musavi wrote that if our bridges and power plants are attacked,
I'm
it
taking
will
off some
result in
here.
power outages for our allies and those who host child soldiers. This is certain.
Just as we push down into target, taking off some. I don't need the exact to the tick. Just want to be taking off risk as we push into there just in case. Zero ego. I've taken off 2/3 of my size here from 55 and scaling in. Just watching to see if we get this last push.
So again, Iran's Revolutionary Guard aerospace commander Musavi warns that Iran will cut off electricity of US regional allies if its bridges or power plants are attacked. So this is coming from Tasnim.
All right. Again, I've taken off most size here. If it goes to target, it goes to target. If it stops me out, it stops me out. It's whatever at this point. I'm just going to do a little analysis of this, and then I'm probably going to head out. Just the re-entry, and then talk about our original entry as well. So it is our value edge here on our profile. This is our daily profile here. So this is where we absorbed on the last touch, and then we were able to push up off of it at our 80s. When we shifted below and we saw this absorption, that was a really good sign. Like I said, 85 to 90 was what I said was my risk was on live before we took that trade, looking for them to absorb there. We can see them getting trapped into that, and then the sweeper below that landed us all the way down, right? I then tried to add here, looking to see if we were going to respect this range. We looked above, trapped, and then re-entered, right? So I stopped out because I didn't want to lose money on this trade. So I had to close to where my break even was between these contracts here and these averages that I added here. So that's a personal choice. I didn't have to do that. The overall trend was still there, but I know that I can just wait and get back in here on our pushback below 55s like I talked about. And then it was the same risk as before on the initial try that I did, which was 55 to 64. So I just then added 55s again with our stop at our 64, and then just added size for this push down once we saw that we were getting back into that range, and then just took off size as we were pushing down. So this is 10 lots in total, and then just closing into that. Stops now sitting 46s, targets 20s. We'll see if we get there. We're just at my break even now. It doesn't matter to me. I've taken off, I've covered this stop, and this entire sequence is incredibly profitable for me. So we're good to go. If we go to target, sick. If not, it'll be okay. It's not the end of the world. What you're watching for now is, can we hold this value edge on retest where buyers were previously, right? Can this hold? Do we trap? Can we push down? Does that give you follow through? Or does this bid and rotate back up to our highs? Just profile sequencing, right? That's all it is. But that's my last trade. I need to get out of here before I'm here for too long. You're just watching for absorption here into this edge. If it can hold, you have one more leg down at least into 15s would be my assumption. Failure is just going to do another full rotation back up to our edge high. So this is what that looked like, that sequence just even right there, because I think it's important. that you can see what I mean when I'm like, oh, absorption. Like this is my average, is this 36 right now. You can see them getting taken in, stops at that 46. We're just watching them get taken in, and then we're looking for sell side to then try to aggressively step down on these candles to try to push us into target. If it can do it, and we'll see. But that's what this pathing is showing as well. All right, I gotta head out. If this hits target, sick. If it doesn't, it'll be okay. It'll be okay. I gotta let my dog out. You guys have a good rest of your day. I will talk to you all tomorrow. It was a good session. Peace, love. Goodbye. This is your full target here on NQ, right? Is you just push into our value off of that failure. So that's your plan. ES has room still. We just have to wait for right, this is the plan that I put into chat. This is the plan. You can see that breakdown occur here on NQ. Just going down into that target now. For ES, we have room. Right? We're looking for this to now reject if it's going to continue downwards. So you're watching to see if this ceiling now holds, and then we get back below 45s, then we head down to 35s into end of day. That's your plan for the afternoon, for the last 2 hours. That's the secondary leg here. Yeah, good to have you, man. I'm live for free Monday, Wednesday, Friday. The other days are Discord private. The videos are just unlisted. But come hang out on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Peace.